I board the plane with my two little monkeys, Derek and Darius. I am heading home to my birth pack. Home. It feels like forever since I used that word. Although it's only been 2.5 years. I get the boys settled in their seats. It's an 11-hour flight, and I have a feeling we're going to be very popular by the time we reach Casper. Toddlers don't travel well. Once we are airborne, the boys are sleeping. I relax, deciding to rest. While I can. I lean my head back, and memories flood my brain. My brother and I share the same birthday, 2 years apart. It made for some royal battles as children. His party was always superhero-themed. Mine, princess. Always together, always shared. His 18th birthday was also his ascension ceremony. Alphas from all over the world attended. Our father, Peter Moore, was ascending to senior councilman. He was an important man. It also happened to be my 16th birthday, and Lenore wanted her presence known. As the ceremony started, I could feel her stirring in my head. Not unusual, since our wolves appear on our 16th birthday. They just don't shift. For 2 years. It allows the human and wolf side to bond completely. She whispered she was going to shift because her mate is here. I'm like, what? No, it's too soon. But she doesn't listen. I mean, she's my best friend now, but she doesn't listen. I left the ceremony. I didn't want to take, away from my brother's big day. I brought us to the meadow by the pond. I stripped out of my clothes and laid down amidst the moon blossoms. It must have taken over an hour, but I finally looked at myself in the pond. She was beautiful, large, very large for a she-wolf, pure white with blue glowing eyes, and blue tattoo markings on her face and head, signature traits of a blessed healer wolf. After letting her play a while, we shifted back. As I headed to the reception for my brother, I was nearly knocked off my feet by the most enticing scent I had ever smelled. Leather and mint, intoxicating. A man stepped from behind a tree. I saw you shift. Your wolf is amazing. I was shy. I knew he was my mate, but I was shy. He walked up to me. Taking my hand in his, he whispered, "Vanilla and rosemary. It's lovely. I am Kieran Knight of white satin, and I am going to kiss you." We spent the entire night together, and, in the morning, he was gone. I ran downstairs, looking for him. I found my dad. He asks, "Honey, can you meet your brother and me in his office?" I tried telling him I needed to find someone first, and he told me he knew who. In Alec's office, I was told, "Kieran told us you are his mate. He left to go back to his pack early this morning. He left a note for you. But he did tell us he isn't going to reject you. He just doesn't want a mate. At least not right now. He has many enemies. Many people trying to take him down. He's worried they would try to get to him by hurting his mate." By this time, tears are rolling, and I opened the note. As I read, my tears dried, and my body filled with absolute resolve. He would regret this. He had just better hope I still care. The note was brief and extremely egotistical. "My dear Calista, please understand my position on the mate bond. You are a lovely girl, and had I been in control, last night would not have happened. My wolf, Onyx, took control at first sniff of your scent. I am sorry. I didn't want to take advantage of the bond. I can't have a mate. At least, not yet. I have enemies that would kill you, just to weaken me. I can't be worried about protecting you, not when I have a whole pack to defend. I abhor scenes. It is why I left this way. I wish you well, and hope one day we will be friends." That was it. Friends. I left the pack that very day and moved to my mother's brother's pack outside Dunkirk. I studied healing, herbs, plants and flowers. I learned to make potions, tonics, even poultices. I went through a pregnancy, alone. I gave birth to my boys. Then, I started training. I became proficient in hand-to-hand and weaponry. I am partial to archery and sword fighting. The boys wake up halfway through the flight. I take them to potty, then set up a snack tray and juices for them. Once they've eaten, I hand them each a tablet, tuning it to the same movie, or they fight. They are the spitting images of their father. Dark curly hair, green eyes, identical in every way, and people can't tell them apart, which is funny to me. Surprisingly, they were both very well behaved. Shortly before landing, they had begun to get cranky, but that's understandable. I was cranky too. I bundled them back up into their parkas and slipped into my jacket, bracing for the cold. Wyoming weather. We stepped off the plane. Alec is waiting with his beta and best friend, Simon, at the baggage claim area. He spotted me and took off running, pulling up short when he saw my sons. "Callie, explain." I laughed. "So being. Alpha hasn't improved your brain power. Good to know. Alec, allow me to introduce your nephews. Derek, Darius. Shake hands with your uncles. This one is Alec. That one is Simon." Alec dropped to a knee and hugged both boys to him. With tears in his eyes, he whispered, "I've missed so much. Why didn't you tell us? I would have been there for you. I hate that you went through this alone." I smiled and hugged him and said, "At first, I was angry, embarrassed. I harbored a lot of resentment against Kieran. Then I just decided I am not that person. I am stronger than even I realized. I learned everything I could about my gifts. I trained to become a warrior. At last month's competition, I came in, third against the males and first in she-wolves. I'm not that same little 16-year-old girl who left over 2 years ago. I will never be that naive again. The time never seemed right to tell you about the boys." Simon hugged me and asked, "Where do we put them? I mean, we didn't exactly arrive kid-equipped." Again, I laugh and say, "Their car seats are in baggage claim. Come on, let's get them home. They're tired, hungry, and thirsty. Trust me when I say, that is a recipe for disaster. They turn into demons and shit gets broken." Alex snatched both boys up and tells Simon to get the bags. I help Simon load everything I brought and get the boys fastened in. As soon as we are on the road, both boys start, wanting chicken nuggets, drinks. How far away are we? Are we there yet? The truck slows down and I look up. Alec is pulling through a McDonald's and asks the boys what they want. They started to open their mouths and I say, "No, you get nuggets, fries and a juice. No McFlurry, no apple pies." Then I looked at my brother. They will be 2 years old in 3 days. Their mentality is on par with a 5-year-old's. Never give them options. The leave feedback commentary will drive you mad. Once we are back out on the road, Simon turns in his seat and asks, "What's your name, little guy?" To which Derek replies, "Darius." I groan. Darius says, "He's not Darius, he's Derek. He only wishes he was Darius," which immediately starts an argument. I smile benignly and say, "Welcome to my world." Sitting in the office with Axel, I ask, "What have you found on the rogues that attacked Dark Woods? And have we had any word on Peter Moore's condition?" Axel shrugged, replying, "I heard Alec has a healer coming in from Ireland to look him over. Supposedly the best healer. But as of the latest update, Peter is critically wounded and not expected to make it." Fuck. I really like Peter. He's a good man. Alec will be devastated. I wait for Axel to continue with the report on the rogues. He tells me the rogues are amassing under the order of a rogue Alpha, calling himself King of Rogues. He believes if he takes you out, everyone else will fall in line. The rogue we captured said they attacked Darkwoods because it holds the heart of the moon. We haven't found what they meant by that. They didn't know, but Cole is researching everything we have. I'm perplexed, and now curious. The heart of the moon, I have heard of that, but it's just a myth, a bedtime story, nothing more. Axel is shaking his head. Then he says, "Every myth is based in facts. They may get distorted, embellished, in the repeated tellings, but the concept remains the same. What do you remember?" Racking my brain, I try to recall what my mum used to tell me. It was just a bedtime story. I don't know. My mum used to tell me the story before bed. It's been a while. I had forgotten about it completely, until you said it. Something about every 100 years, the moon goddess comes to earth and blesses a child. The child then carries her, blessing in their heart. They have the gifts of the moon, are exceptionally beautiful and wise. They are always mated to a strong male, because they are hunted for their hearts. Ignorant people believe if they eat the Blessed One's heart, they will receive the gifts. Axe shivers and remarks, "That's as creepy as it is disgusting. So why, Dark Moon? We know everyone over there. I don't ever recall anyone talking about this Blessed One." I shrug and say, "Yeah, I don't know either. I will call Alec and let him know what we found out. But right now, I have a lunch date with Valerie. See you later." Valerie and I have been seeing each other for a little over 3 months. I am considering taking her as my chosen. I regret I can't be with my true mate, but she would be my weakness. If my enemies were to harm her, kill her, it would weaken me. My wolf wouldn't recover, and I can't afford that. I like Valerie, and I need an heir. Just an idea I'm kicking around. I pick Valerie up and we drive to town. It's just a lunch date, so we're headed to Melly's diner. We walk in and find a booth. Beth brings water to the table and drops off menus. I watch her walk back to the kitchen and I hear 3 female voices, laughing and joking around. Valerie asks, "What are we ordering today, baby?" "I'm just in the mood for a salad, I think. I gained 4 pounds this week and I can't have that." I smile and say, "You are beautiful and you know it. Stop fishing. But I'm getting the bacon double cheeseburger. It is exactly what I need today." Beth took our orders and had brought our drinks to the table when I heard a voice say, "I will stop by another time, Melly. It was good catching." "Up, Beth, call me girl. There's drinks and a dance floor calling our names at the den tonight." And the scent of vanilla and rosemary hit me. My eyes sought my mate, and when I realized she was standing, frozen, by the counter, my body tried to move instinctively towards her. She looked at Valerie, then back at me. Her eyes shuttered. Then she said, "You have got to be shitting me right now." Although why I'm surprised at all is beyond me. She suits you, Kieran. A vapid, shallow, conceited drama queen is exactly the type you need. She walked out without me saying a word. Fuck! Why didn't I know she was back? Why would she not come home? Her father is critically wounded. Of course she would come back from wherever she'd been. I feel like a dumbass. Pretty much got caught with my pants around my ankles by my mate. Damn it. I sat back down and Valerie asked, "Why, in the name of the goddess, would you let that homely little bitch speak to you like that? And insult me? She has always been so jealous of me, and you just let her get away with talking shit about me. Way to be a man, Kieran," I said. "Shut the fuck up. She has every right to say whatever she wants. She is my best friend's sister, an alpha in her own right. As for what she said about you, I am venturing to guess it has something to do with the time you spent in school with her. Whatever beef you have with her has nothing to do with me. If you ever speak to me like that again, we are done seeing each other, and you can move out of the pack house, back to the women's quarters." I had lost my appetite, so I dropped Valerie back at the boutique and headed back home. Walking in, I yelled, "Axel, my office now. Bring coal," and went straight there. They walked in and Axel asks, "Lunch didn't go well." I glared at him and Cole. I said, "When were you going to inform me Calista had arrived home? I ran into her at the diner." Axel grinned and Cole blurted, "Callie's back. Oh my goddess. I have to go see her." "Well, I'm confused. Why is he so excited?" I asked, "Do you and Calista have history?" He laughed. "I wish. No, she's just always been one of my best friends. I would have flunked out of school if not for that brainiac. I didn't know she was back from Dunkirk, though. That caught my attention. She was in Ireland. How did you know that?" He shrugged and told me. She texted me from time to time, just checking in. Why? I sighed. I may as well come clean. She is my mate. A little over 2 years ago, at Alec's ascension ceremony, her wolf shifted early. Probably because she smelled me. We spent that whole night together. Then I snuck out the next morning and came home. Axel looked at me like I had 2 heads. Then he yelled, "What the fuck, man? You slept with her, your mate. Then you rejected her. What is wrong with you?" I growled, "Enough! I didn't fucking reject her. I just told her that. Having my mate makes us vulnerable, and I can't protect her when I have the whole pack to defend," Cole said. "Wow, just wow. At least, now I know why she disappeared the day after Alec's ceremony. I'm really mad at you right now, Kieran. You have forsaken your true mate, our rightful Luna, because of your ego. If you take a chosen mate, especially if it is Valerie, I will recuse myself from Gamma position. I will only ever protect our rightful Luna." I was in the infirmary with Dad, checking his wounds. I had irrigated them all and pulled the silver out of his bloodstream. His vitals are better. His colour looks good. His temperature is still a little elevated, but that's from the wolfsbane. Alec walked in and said, "Why didn't you tell someone you needed to go to town? I don't like you out without protection. There are rogues everywhere." I grinned and said, "Hello, brother. How's your day going? Daddy is doing better today. He's going to make it, but he will have a couple months recuperation." "Thanks for asking." Now, I went to town to pick up some gauze and tape. The infirmary is low on them. While I did order some for delivery, I needed some today. He growled, "You went alone. You could have been attacked. Just next time, please, take some warriors, yeah?" I smile and hug him. Promise. And if the boys had been with me, I would have absolutely taken warriors. "I'm sorry to have worried you." He nodded and asked, "When you're done here, can you meet me in my office?" I readily agree, saying, "As soon as I collect my sons from daycare, you betcha." I finished up with my dad, leaving instructions to link me at any time if anything changes. As I was heading over to the daycare, my phone dinged. It was Cole. Goddess damn it. I bet he knows. And that means he's upset. "See, back." "Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you tell me Kieran is your mate?" "Seriously, Cal?" "Me. Only Alec and Daddy knew he was my mate. He didn't want me, Cole. He mated me and snuck away. Some bullshit note he left, claiming I make him weak. Fuck that, see. I'm sorry, Callie. I just told him I will step down as Gamma. I will not protect other than my true Luna. Me. Don't do that, Cole. I will be so mad at you. You can protect the Luna he chooses. You don't have to like her. See. Ha ha ha. You are my true Luna. I would suck at being Gamma if I ever had to choose who I would save from a burning building. Me. Come see me tomorrow. Have something to tell you anyway. By the time I was through texting, I was at Alec's office. I knocked and walked in. Simon and Nick were already there. I grinned at all 3 of them and said, "What's up, Buttercup?" Nick grinned and asked, "What's the word, Hummingbird?" Then Simon adds, "What's the gist, physicist?" We all crack up laughing, while Alec rubs his forehead saying, "Can we just not?" Making us laugh harder. Alec asks about Daddy, and since healing is my second most favourite thing to talk about, I say, "He's improving, the silver is gone, and the wolfsbane is dissipating. I will start waking him tomorrow. He's going to have some physical therapy. He's got a long couple of months ahead." Alec then says, "Calista, Kieran called today." I butted in, "Oh, let me guess. He called to complain about me insulting that fake bitch with the bolt-on boobs, Valerie." He choked on a laugh and said, No, that wasn't what he called about, but put a pin in that. I want to circle back to it. He called because he retrieved some information from one of the rogues that attacked Dad." I chuckled. "He retrieved it?" "Be quiet. A moment. Let me savor the visual of him retrieving, like the dog he is." Alec groaned out, "Must you? Let's just get through this. What do you say?" The rogue informed him that he has an Alpha, that Alpha is calling himself a king. He wants to take Kieran out, by sniper, if he has to. They are attacking our pack to get to the heart of the moon. Well, shit, Nick says. All the security cameras you ordered are being installed as we speak. I will have them all online by dinner time. Simon chimes in. The towers are nearly constructed and the underground bunkers at the borders are weaponized and ready for occupancy. I said, I want to see them. The boys are playing with Molly in the kitchen. Let's run out there. Lenore needs to stretch. Alec jumped up and said, Blaze can't wait to meet her. I'm excited too. Let's run, guys. We stripped at the woodline and Lenore shifted. She stretched her forelegs out and pushed her haunches high. Then she shook her fur out. Walking over to Blaze, she rubbed her scent all over his dark, brown fur, then licked his face and ears as he returned the favor. We ran and played a couple hours. Then Alec showed me the bunkers. I was enthralled with the ingenuity of the design. The earth looked completely undisturbed. If you didn't know they were there, you'd never find them. We raced back to the pack house. I almost had him, but he veered to the left and leaped an entire thicket. Once we were dressed, I stepped from behind the tree, and he was laughing. I smirked. You cheated. I should have expected it. He just grabbed me in a headlock and gave me a noogie. Big brothers suck. I got Derek and Darius seated at the table in their high chairs and prepared their dinner plates. Derek says, Mummy, where is our daddy? A boy at daycare said we are bastards because we don't have no daddy. I look at him, then at Darius, who nods. I smiled and said, Remember when Mommy told you that your daddy is the fiercest alpha in our world? And remember when I told you your daddy is a very busy man, and I haven't had time to tell him about you? Your daddy is still a busy man, but you will meet him one day soon. But, for right now, point out the kid who called you bad names. They pointed to a little boy, around 6 years old, sitting with his parents. I recognize his mother right away. She's always been a gossip and a troublemaker. Great, raising the next generation of bullies. I walk over to their table. I say, Hello, Phoebe. It seems your son had a few choice words for my 2-year-old toddlers today, even called them a derogatory name, since he looks to only be 5 or 6. The name he called them isn't one he pulled out of a hat. It's a word he's heard. If it happens again, trust and believe, I am coming for you. She snapped. Oh, come on, Calista. You waltz in here, dragging a set of twins after 2 years, and no mate, acting like you're just so much better than the rest of us. That's bullshit. You spread your legs for some fly-by-night and put the blame on my son for calling them bastards. I slapped her. Hard. I said, Your opinion of me means jack shit to me. Come for my boys again. I dare you. I am absolutely dreading the trip to Dark Moon today. Calista isn't going to be happy that I'm there, and I honestly am not sure. I want to see her. Onyx hasn't given me a moment's peace since we saw her day before yesterday. Cole went over yesterday and visited her, said she's still the same amazing girl he knew in school. He's really not talking to me. I overheard him telling Axel, I am heading out to get in the truck when Valerie steps up, wrapping her arms around my neck. She kisses me. Onyx growls low in my chest, and I step away from her. I glared at her. Never do that again. The only contact we have is contact I initiate. You are shifting from your lane, and you'd best get back between the lines. She pouted. I just wanted you to know I will miss you. I will wait in our room for you to come home. Onyx growled loud enough to shake the windows. There is no our room. There is your room, and my room. How dare you insinuate there is more between us than a few dates? You are well on your way back to the women's quarters. I slammed out the door and climbed into the truck. My mood was bad enough, and now it's taken a hard turn south. I somehow doubt it is going to get any better. I just hope Alec has information on this heart of the moon. Axel speaks up. I have a feeling Valerie is going to start pushing you to take her as your chosen. I don't see it ending well. Cole scoffs. She will just tantrum her way into getting him to agree. I glance back at Cole and tell him, spit it out. This shit is eating at you. Cole, you are a brother to me. You have a problem with me. Let's talk it out. He asks in all seriousness, would it make a difference? I just don't get it. I have been waiting for my mate since my 18th birthday. She's all I ever think about. But for 2 years, 2 fucking years, you have known who your mate is. You mated her, Kieran, and now you ignore her. That is messed up on so many levels, I snarled. If she is attacked, if she died, it would weaken me. It would weaken the pack. I have to be absolutely certain any threat to me, to our pack, is eradicated before I could think about accepting her. Axel shrugs and chuckles. That's even if she will accept you now. You'll be lucky if she doesn't hate you. I sneer at them both. Thanks for the pep talk, guys. Really lifted my spirits. Cole laughed and responded, What? You want us to blow smoke up your ass about something you know, in your heart, is wrong? That's not how brotherhood works, dude. We rode the rest of the way in silence. I was arguing with Onyx. Even he is mad at me. But I don't blame him. Every instinct he has is to be with his mate, at all costs. All I know is my mate is a healer, and that means she needs protection. Once the rogue king is put down, I will consider accepting her. Arriving at Darkwoods, Alec and Simon met us at the door. There seemed to be some kind of party being set up, and I asked, someone's birthday? They didn't answer until we were in the office. Alec said, Derek and Darius are turning 2 today. That was it. He didn't expound. So, I didn't press it further. I asked Alec, how's Peter doing now? His face lit up. He's so much better. Callie brought him up and out of the coma yesterday. He's already had 2 therapy sessions. He will be at dinner later. I grinned at his excitement. That is good news. I am happy to hear it. Is his long-term prognosis good then? He nods again, saying, Calista identified the problems and set about healing him the first night she got home. She is an incredible healer. Cole stood and tells us, speaking of that healer, I'm going to go hunt her down. I'm sure she needs help with something. I said, Cole, shouldn't you ask your Alpha? He grins and shrugging, says, Gamma protects Luna, and walked out the door. I groaned, and Axel said, you probably shouldn't have told him Calista is your mate, yeah? He's going to make our lives hell. Alex started laughing. You told him. Dude, Cole and Calista were inseparable. Simon and I called them Tweedledee and Tweedledum. You seldom saw one without the other. That's going to be painful for you. Yeah, there's some good news. Right there, I asked Alec. What can you tell me about this Heart of the Moon thing? Do you know where it is? Do you have it? Because if this rogue king is after it, and it's as important as it seems, we need to step up security. Alec looks at me with such an odd look on his face, it confused me. Before he responded, you are willing to step up protection for something you don't understand. Fascinating. I do not have it. I do know where it is. It is more important, more precious than you know. I wish I could tell you more, but it's not my story to tell. I smile. Then we defend it. Is it kept in a safe place? I mean, easily defendable. Shall I send some warriors over, just in case? Alec shook his head, letting us know. We have stepped up security around the borders. Our towers should be occupant ready today. Our bunkers are fully equipped and have warriors rotating shifts in them. We installed over 100 cameras around the borders and in the woodlines. Axel looks at me. That's impressive. I wouldn't mind seeing the bunkers. We might want to look into doing that at home, Kieran. I agree and ask Alec. What prompted all the beefed-up security measures? It feels like it's more than your father's injuries. He shrugs. My dad was targeted, deliberately forced. Away from the fighting, he was singled out, then attacked by 5 rogues. By the time I could get to him, he was in bad shape, and this was pinned to his chest. He handed me a piece of paper. Give us the heart, or next time he dies. I felt a white-hot rage fill my body. I growled, threatening you is threatening. Me! This so-called rogue king has bitten off more than he can chew. Let's take a look at those bunkers. Walking around the inside of the bunkers, I was impressed. Room enough for 8 men to bivouac comfortably, with running water and electricity. A separate weapons room with a veritable arsenal. There are monitors watching the cameras. Even a small kitchenette for making snacks, holding drinks. Simon was taking notes of everything. I asked Alec, who constructed this? I'd really like to hire him. As long as he's discreet. He laughed. Nick has 3 guys he used. We rented the equipment, a backhoe and a track hoe, as well as a bobcat. Calista designed it. Alec was called back to his office for an important phone call, so Simon and I ran around the borders just to check the camera locations. We headed back to the pack house, and as I was crossing the backyard, I saw a young boy, probably 5 or 10. Who knows? Kids all look alike. That boy slapped the snot out of a little boy, a toddler, judging by his size. Calista stormed over, with an identical toddler on her hip. She knelt to the one on the ground and rubbed his cheek, before picking him up as well. She looked down at the boy who had hit him. Without taking her eyes from him, she yelled, "Phoebe, I warned you to keep your crotch goblin on a leash. Now you will face the consequences of his actions. You should have heeded my warning. Someone has a lesson to learn, and it might as well be you." From where I stood in the tree line, I could literally see the fury that radiated off my mate. I couldn't help feeling that was more than anger at a child being struck by another. I have more questions than answers. Today, I'm decorating the backyard for my son's 2nd birthday. Derek wanted a Spider-Man themed party, while Darius wanted Iron Man. So I simply went with an Avenger themed party. Some of the warriors even volunteered to wear costumes. The boys will be thrilled. I have Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America. I walked over and checked on Daddy. He grinned and said, "Stop fretting. I feel much stronger today. If I get tired, I will take a nap." I laughed and said, "Let me worry, okay? You were at death's door 3 days ago. As your daughter, it's my job to fret." I looked up just as Cole walked out the back door. I grinned. "Cole, 2 days in a row. I feel so special." He laughed and said, "You are special, dweeb. But the Alpha wanted to discuss some things with your brother, so I rode with." My heart sank. I knew I had to tell Kieran about the twins. I was hoping for a little more time. "Oh well, what better day than their birthday?" Cole asks. "How will you handle him seeing the boys? I mean, it is so obvious who they belong to." I just shrug and head over to set the tables up. Derek ran up and yanked on my jeans. "Mummy! Mummy! Toby is mean!" "Darius!" And I looked down, snatching him up to my hip. I went in search of my other wayward toddler. I felt Derek's head jerk and he whined. Looking down, I watched a handprint appear on his face, knowing exactly what happened. Oh hell. No! I rounded the corner of the house and spied Toby, leaned over my baby, on the ground, curled up, covering his head. I saw red. I knelt down, touching my baby's cheek, healing it. I picked him up, placing him on my other hip. I yelled for Phoebe. Cole had followed me, and I handed the boys to him, asking him to take them to my dad. Phoebe stepped out of the kitchen and saw me pulling Toby over to her. "I warned you. Did I not warn you? You're teaching your son that not only is it okay to hurt others with words, but physically as well." "What kind of parent are you?" she shrugs. "Your kids should know how to defend themselves." "I am. I don't even—" "What?" I said. "They are 2, you moron. 2 babies, toddlers, and Toby is 6. That's 4 years difference. He laid hands on my son, and you see nothing wrong with that. You need to find your mate and get to Alpha's office. Now." I link Alec, explaining the situation, and go to gather Dad and the boys. Cole helps. My dad to his feet, and the 5 of us head to the office. I am furious. It took everything in me to not snap that bitch's neck. Bad form for the acting Luna. So luckily, I refrained. Daddy opened the door and I followed him inside. Fuck. My life. In my anger, I had forgotten Kieran was here. He jumped to his feet, staring at the 2 little boys on either side of my hips. Well, here we go. His face turned as dark as a thundercloud, and just as he opened his mouth to snap something out, Daddy said, "This conversation will wait. Right now, we have a pressing matter of bullying, and I want it addressed." Phoebe, Warren, and Toby walked in. Alec told them to sit. I took a seat on the sofa, with my boys between Daddy and me. He immediately handed them paper and pencils, drawing little animals for them to try and copy. Alec looked at Warren and said, "Explain why your son finds it acceptable to not only harass, call names, but physically assault my nephews. They are alpha, in their own right, as well as by birth. We have zero tolerance in this pack for bullying. Care to tell me when your family decided to ignore the rules?" Warren looked chagrined and said, "I have tried, Alpha. All I can think is, my mate wasn't raised in our pack. Perhaps she grew up thinking this behavior is okay. I have told her countless times that her gossiping and spreading rumors are not allowed here, yet she persists. She has accumulated a little following of other she-wolves that all seem to think it's fun to run others down. I don't know how to curb her actions." I looked at Phoebe. "Even your own mate does not condone this behavior. Yet you persist. We have always taught that being hateful to anyone in this pack will be dealt with harshly. You are both warriors. Your son will be a warrior. You are raising him to believe he can manhandle anyone smaller, younger, or different than he is. Your main mistake was thinking my babies should be his next targets. Explain yourself," she sneered. "You walk around here acting like you are entitled, like you are better than the rest of us. Yet you leave for over 2 years, going who knows where, then show back up with kids, and no mate. The Alpha's little princess is nothing but a whore." I started laughing, just literally holding my sides, laughing. I calmed down enough to ask, "You are my judge. You are my jury. I have been tried and convicted. On what? Your small mind decided that I just left so I could whore around? That's awesome. The interim of my time away was spent learning. The things I learned allowed me to save my father's life. I am the acting Luna of dark woods until my brother finds his mate. As such, you either respect me or leave. Otherwise, challenge me for my position. One more time. One more time. Your son speaks out of turn to anyone, uses physical violence against another defenseless child. He will be removed from your supervision and taught the meaning of being a decent wolf." Warren gasped and asked, "Please, Luna, don't take my son. I will teach him our ways. I guarantee this will never happen again." I smiled at him and responded, "Warren, you are a great warrior. I remember you growing up and you always treated me with kindness. However, your mate hasn't acclimated very well to the rules and regulations of our pack. I honestly believe she needs to retake the indoctrination course again. Apparently, she learned nothing when she joined our pack." She snarls, "I never took that course. Why would I? I was a grown woman, fully aware of the machinations of pack life. You don't get to dictate how I act or live my life. You are nobody to me. So, yes, Luna, I challenge you for your position. I will show this pack exactly what you are." I looked over at Alec and Simon. They were irate. I smiled at them and shook my head. "Okay, Phoebe. Challenge accepted. Since I am the challenged, the fight is my choice. I choose no wolves, hand to hand, no weapons, submission only. I will not kill you. I would not do that to your family." Alec shot his eyes to mine. "Are you sure about this, Callie? You owe this pathetic excuse of a mother nothing." I just grinned at him and turned to my boys. "Derek, Darius, Mommy is going to fight. You've watched before. This time, I want you to pay attention. I never want to fight. I will never go looking for trouble, but I won't allow anyone to hurt you and get away with it. Just like I would never tolerate the two of you being mean to anyone who isn't harmful to you first. Do you understand?" Derek nodded, while Darius grinned. "Kick her ass, Mommy. I will clap." And he claps his little hands, as their grandpa says, "Daycare is doing these boys good. Their vocabulary is expanding." Everyone laughed, except me. I have a feeling it's going to get worse, and tell everyone in the room, don't encourage them. I am livid, just looking at those boys. Anyone would know. They are miniature versions of me. She kept my sons away from me, hid them away for 2 years. How dare she? She wants to play games with our lives. She's going to find that I am better at it. Once everyone was situated around the training circle, Alec leaned down to one of the twins. "Derek, you see the man sitting behind you and Darius? Why don't you tell him what you know about your daddy?" He turned his little body backwards in the chair, his tiny legs sticking out the hole, and says, "I'm Derek, and that's my brother, Darius." I smiled and told him, "I am very pleased to meet you. My name is Kieran, and I am Alpha to the pack on your eastern borders, the White Satin Pack. You heard of it?" He just shrugs his little shoulders, like he's not impressed at all. Before Darius asks, "Why you ask about our daddy? You know him. We haven't saw him yet." I feel anger rush through me again, even while Onyx is just purring in my head. I reply, "I might know him. Would you mind telling me about him?" Derek responds immediately, with a bit of attitude. "Our daddy loves us very much. Mommy says so. She said he is just real busy being an alpha. He is the strongest and meanest alpha in the world. Everyone should be afraid of him. He is brave and kind. Mommy said when we get to meet him, he will show us how much we mean to him. And she told us soon we get to see him and we aren't bastards no more." Alec looks over his shoulder and says, "You thought she wouldn't tell them about their dad? That regardless of how she had been treated by him, she extols his virtues to her sons? You hurt her. Badly. So much that she left her home. Went through a pregnancy. Alone. At 6 fucking. Yet she makes sure her boys know their daddy is a great man. You underestimate her at every turn, Kieran. I fear you will regret it." We all turned our eyes to the circle as Calista entered. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports bra, and her beauty alone caused my heart to skip beats. She is confident, joking with Cole over beside the circle. She laughed at something he said, and a sharp pang of jealousy ripped through me. "The fuck was that, Onyx?" He growls in my head. "That should be us, making her smile like that. You better hope you can fix this mess you created. I am not joking when I say I will refuse to transform. I don't even know where to begin. By getting rid of that slug you are fucking. That's something else altogether. If you ever try to mark anyone other than Lenore and Calista, I will kill them. Onyx, why have you never said anything before? I just always hoped you'd stop wearing your ass for a hat." Apparently, my expectations were too high. The Phoebe woman stepped into the circle and smirked. "Ready to have your ass handed to you, healer?" And Calista laughed. "Ooh, trash talking. How fun. Tell you what, if you can land one, only one, hit, I will concede my title. It's a thankless, never-ending job that takes entirely too much of my precious time." Then she looks out over the pack and grins. "I'm just joking. I love all of you. I just thought this bish needed some incentive." They all laughed. With her. This pack really loves her. The woman charged at her. Calista leaped in the air and somersaulted over Phoebe's head. She landed in a squat and swung her leg out, sweeping Phoebe's feet from underneath her. Then she pounced, punching Phoebe in the face, splitting her lip. Backing away, Calista waited until Phoebe was back on her feet. Dancing around her, she started taunting. "One hit, that's all you got to land. Then you get to be acting Luna, and I get a vacation. I'm excited about it. Come on, give me all you got." When Phoebe swung again, Calista spun a 180 and flipped her over her back, punching her in the sternum as she landed. Again, she backed away, allowing Phoebe to catch her breath and find her feet. Phoebe charged the third time and I caught a gleam of light off the woman's hand. I started up out of my chair just as Calista caught Phoebe's wrist. Snapping it, she punched her in the temple and Phoebe fell to the ground unconscious. Calista growled, "Take her to the fucking cells. Her punishment will be decided later. Warren, your mate is not only a bully, she's a cheater. I specifically said no weapons. She wanted to stab me with a silver knife." He hung his head. "I apologize, Luna. I have no idea what she's thinking. I am sorry, and I will take her in hand." Calista laid her hand on his shoulder. "Warren, we can't apologize for the actions of another person. Her decision to cheat is her own. However, I recommend you place Toby in our anti-bullying classes immediately and limit the time he spends with his mother. 3 women stepped away from the crowd, and one yelled, "Under whose authority do you think to deprive a child of his mother's love?" Calista laughed and asked, "Ah, Phoebe's entourage, I presume." "Well, ladies, and I use that term loosely, I am depriving Toby of the hate, the deceit, the lies he is being taught by his mother. I see no love being taught there. As for you 3, take heed. This pack will not tolerate the kind of negativity that has been exhibited," the woman shrieks. "You show up here with your bastards and think to tell us how to raise our children. Why should we listen to you? You obviously have no mate. Fucked some rando. Then act like we are the immoral ones." "That's rich," Alec roared. "That's enough. How fucking dare you? Where were you raised that you are allowed to speak to any member of the Alpha family with such disrespect? My sister has a mate. Her children are the sons of that mate. That is all you need to. No, any more speculation about her personal life will see you banished." Cole walked up to Axel and me. "Eventful afternoon, right?" He chuckles as both boys leap from their chairs at him, yelling, "Unka Cole!" And I snarled, "You knew!" He shrugs and smiles at the boys in his arms. "Yep, since yesterday." And I am pissed. All over again, crap on a cracker. Might as well get this over with. I walked over to Kieran and said, "Please meet me in the study in 15 minutes. When I turned to walk away, he growled, "Gladly. You have some explaining to do." I spun around and said, "I am going to shower. 15 minutes. That is the amount of time you have to get a cap on that bullshit self-righteous attitude. I have nothing to explain. The conversation we are about to have is a courtesy, not an obligation. You'd best get that in your head." I hurried through a shower, dressing in a sweater dress and leggings. Slipping my feet into low-heeled boots, I threw my hair up into a messy bun and headed to the study. This is something necessary. But damn it, I wanted to do it on my terms. Grabbed a cup of coffee and walked into the study. I took a moment to admire Kieran. He is tall, probably 6'5" or so, over a foot taller than me. His hair was pulled into a man bun, dark brown. His startling green eyes and dimpled smile. Ugh! Tribal tattoos cover his arms, and I remember the ones on his chest so well. Shaking myself, I stepped all the way into the room. I asked if he would like a drink, and he declined. "No, I want you to explain why I have an heir and am only just now finding out." I sipped my coffee, deciding whether I want to be polite or just light. His ass up. I'm leaning toward the latter. I look him directly in the eye and tell him to sit down. "Let's get something straight, shall we? You don't want your mate. You mated me, then snuck away like a thief in the night. You couldn't be bothered with rejecting me. Not with words. But you did. You rejected me by your actions. In rejecting me, you rejected my sons. Do you know what hurt the most? It was the realization that you took my innocence, robbed me of my virginity, all the while knowing I was just another. Fuck to you. You had no intention of marking me, of accepting me. You made me believe we would be mates, knowing I would think that way. You still fucked me. I was 16, Kieran. And so in love with the thought of my forever soulmate, I never imagined he would have a heart of stone. So, don't come up in here acting all put upon because I didn't tell you about my sons. I owe you nothing. I will not keep Derek and Darius from you. We will work out a visitation schedule amenable to both of us. I will not tolerate them being around Valerie, or whatever flavor of the month you're fucking. It's been almost 3 years now. I think you should just reject me officially, now. At least, I will no longer have to endure the pain of you screwing your whores anymore. I commend you on slowing down a bit, since I have been back. When I was first pregnant, it was an every night thing, and I nearly miscarried because of it. Now my body is trained to only feel the twinges until you're finished. He had the audacity to look guilty. He opened his mouth to say something and I stopped him. Don't. Just don't. I want to hear nothing from you that even remotely resembles an apology. Literally, You'd have to be capable of remorse in order to mean it. I will formally introduce you to the boys at their party in an hour. If you do anything, say anything, that causes them pain, in any way, you will never see them again. Not a threat, Kieran. A promise, he asks. Am I allowed to speak, or are you going to continue your tirade? I scoffed at him. Tirade, that's rich. Are you saying I don't have a right to be angry at you, hurt by you? You went on living your best life, sleeping your way through the pack. My life was changed forever. I crammed 4 years of learning to heal into 2. I learned 6 years of combat training in 1 year, all while taking care of myself and my 2 precious babies. So, pardon me for being slightly resentful. He grimaced and said, having a mate would weaken me. Why don't you understand that? I watched my father slowly dwindle away to nothing after my mother died. He couldn't run the pack. Fuck. Most days, he couldn't remember to wear pants. I took over the pack at 16, and I vowed to myself to never be as weak as he was. I laughed derisively. So, going to blame it on anyone else? No, Kieran. Your selfishness, thoughtlessness, hatefulness, that is all on you. Your father gave up when his mate died. He gave up. That was his choice. My mother was killed when I was 8. Alec was 10. My father misses my mother every day. His heart yearns to be with his mate. But he fought through it. He chose to remain, to raise his children. You know, if you had valid reasons for not accepting me, I could live with that. But all you have is excuses. And in your pious, self-righteous brain, you believe your excuses are reasons. They never are, Kieran. I will be quiet. And please, tell me whatever it is you need to. I have a party to get started. He sat for a few minutes before he spoke. I know you don't feel any apology from me would be sincere. But it is. I am very sorry. Had I realized being with other women would cause you pain, I would have refrained from it. I never wanted to cause you injury. The night we met was all onyx. No, that isn't an excuse. That is a fact. He feels the same now, as he did the first time he saw you. I'm not saying I'm ready for a mate, but I am asking for a chance to get to know you, to atone for some of the pain I have caused. I just stared at him the entire time he talked, thinking, does he even hear himself? This pompous ass acts like he would be doing me a favor by spending time with me. Lenore is whimpering loudly in my head, and my heart breaks for her. She needs onyx. And I sympathize. I will do this, for her, and for my sons. But right now, I am struggling even trying to think of being so much as this asshole's friend. I tell him, we will be spending time with each other, for our sons' sakes. The first several times they come to visit you, I will be with them. There will be no overnight visits without me present. They need their father. That's a given. But I will not allow them to suffer anything close to what you've put me through. So, consider them supervised visits, until I know I can trust you with their tender hearts. He nodded and said, that's fair. I completely understand and I guarantee I will change your opinion of me. I laughed again. Yeah, good luck with that. Are you ready to meet your sons? He nodded again. And Alec walked in with Derek and Darius. I seated them both on the sofa. My wee bairn, remember when I told you about your daddy? I told you he was a very strong, very brave alpha, and you would meet him when he wasn't as busy conquering the world? Alec mumbles, at least the she-wolf side of that. I glared at him. Darius asks, is our daddy unbusy now? I smiled at him and said, yes, my sweet winky blink. He is not as busy now. As a matter of fact, you spoke to him earlier, before Mommy's fight. Do you remember? Derek says. We spoke to Alpha Kieran. Is he our dad? I grinned and replied, yes, my smart boy. Kieran Knight is your father, and he very much wants to meet you both. Kieran knelt in front of them both. I am so sorry it's taken me so long. I'm here now. I will never leave you again. Then he lifted them both, inhaling their scents deeply, and I knew that was Onyx, smelling his pups. Derek looks at Darius and says, "Who needs superheroes, Dari? We got a dad for our birthday," hugging both their little bodies close. I carried them out to their party. Calista had planned everything to perfection, right down to the cake, Iron Man on one side, and Spider-Man gliding in on the other. The boys were in their element. They didn't stray far from my side, and I was more than okay with that. After the party, Calista had me come upstairs to the boys' room. She wanted me to be a hands-on dad, which according to her is being present and helping the boys. We bathed them, then dressed them in their new superhero pajamas, which they loved, and I read them a story, which saw them sound asleep before the 3rd page. As I was getting ready to leave, I asked, "When will we start visitation? I am eager to begin." She smiled and said, "As eager as they are. How about we start with Saturday morning? The boys and I will arrive at your pack house around 7 a.m. so you can have breakfast together. Depending on how the day progresses, we'll determine if we stay overnight." I grinned at her, seeing how deeply her stubborn streak runs. I respond, "I can't wait. I will have rooms prepared for them and for you. Thank you, Calista." She nods and sees me out the door. On the way home, I ask the guys, "Did you all know that your mate can feel it when you're fucking someone else?" Cole snickers. "That's like Goddess Doctrines 101, bro. Of course we know." Oh my goddess. Callie felt it every time. "Dude, best be pulling as many apologies out of your ass as you can. No wonder she's pissed. She knows how many times you've cheated." I growl and say, "I didn't cheat. We aren't together. How is it cheating?" Axel looks at me like, "I'm crazy. What the hell, man? Who are you?" You may not have accepted her, Kieran, but Onyx has. And Lenore accepted him. You are literally guilty of animal cruelty right now, abusing your own wolf. I feel like shit now. I get it. I'm an asshole. I fucked up. Now, help me fix this. Cole laughed and asked, "How are we supposed to help? And why are we helping? Is it just because of the twins? Or is our end goal to bring our Luna home?" I tell them both. Honestly, I don't know. What if being with her weakens me? Axel glares at me and asks, "When we studied the doctrine in school, what the fuck were you doing? You passed it with a B. How? When you know absolutely nothing about the mate bond. Oh wait, you fucked your way into passing, didn't you? And she gave you a B? Room for improvement, brother." I half grinned because he wasn't wrong. But then I felt embarrassed. Because he is right. It's how I actually graduated. It interested me more than studying. Damn, that's shameful. Axel tells me, "Meet me in the library when we get home. I want to show you something." I nodded and realized I have a lot to learn. And this time, I am going to listen. I am hating myself for causing her any pain. I hate myself for almost costing my sons their lives. I hate myself for making my mate hate me. Once we were home, I decided to shower before joining the guys. I opened the door to my room, and something was off. I turned to the bed and flipped the light. Valerie was lying on my bed, naked. I yelled, "Get out! Pack your shit and move back to the women's quarters." "Now!" She ran down the hall, naked and wailing. Goddess help me not to strangle that bitch. I met the guys in the library, and I asked Cole to make sure Valerie is moved out. I don't want her living in the pack house when my boys are here. I looked at Axel. "What are you going to show me?" I poured us each a whiskey and sat down. He said he wanted me to read something, actually. I told him to read it to me. I am not in the mood. He tells me, "Okay, but don't interrupt me. Wait until I'm done." There's 2 separate parts in the mate chapter, so I will read one. We can talk. Then I'll read the other one. As I'm nodding, Cole comes back in and lets me know she's gone. But she was pissed, screaming like a banshee how I was going to pay. That's fine. I'll take my chances. Axel says, "Okay, listen. According to doctrines on mates, once physical contact is made between mates, the bond forms. If that contact is intimate, the bond strengthens. Even if the bond is not accepted by either party, or one rejects the other and it's not accepted. And no matter how far apart they are, when one cheats, the other feels it. It is an excruciating pain that feels like your insides are being ripped apart. She-wolves have been known to claw themselves to death trying to stop the pain. If a she-wolf is pregnant, there is an 85% chance she will miscarry and possibly hemorrhage. Male wolves have gone feral. He looks up from the book and asks, "You okay, bro?" I shook my head. "No, I'm not okay. I could have killed my mate. My heart is sick and I don't like myself right now." Cole puts his hand on my shoulder. "I know it's a lot, dude, but you didn't know. Imagine knowing it would hurt your mate, and doing it anyway. At least you're not that guy." They both chuckle, and I tell him, "Great pep talk, brother." He grins and says, "Thanks, I'm here every night at 9. Axel clears his throat and tells us to listen to the second part. Mates are two halves of one whole. The goddess creates mates at birth. They are designed to be each other's strengths. An alpha, for instance, is incapable of running a pack correctly without his lunar counterpart. The alpha is the head of a pack. The members are the body of a pack. The warriors are the legs. The lunar, though, is the heart of a pack. A pack cannot and will not survive without its heart. I dropped my head in my hands. What have I done? How do I fix this? Cole answers. Remember, the bond is intact. The more time you spend together, the stronger it will become. Your wolves will be pushing for intimacy. Tell her every day you're sorry. Prove to her, every day. You are sorry, Axel says. It's the little things, fixing her a plate of food, holding her chair, or a door, opening her car door, pouring her a cold drink, foot rubs. Those are the things women notice, not any big grandiose gestures. When you're with her, be there, be present. I sit thinking everything they've said over and over in my head. Then it comes to me. I know what I have to do. I tell the guys good night and head to my room. As I walk in, I groan. I strip the sheets and throw them out the door. I put a new set of sheets on my bed and laid down. I pulled out my phone and pulled up Callista's number and typed out a text me. I want you to know I truly am sorry. We came home and I went over the goddess's doctrine. I never realized I was hurting you. I would never have done it otherwise. My experience with mates was not a good one, and I projected that onto us. I see that now. I am going to prove to you that I want this. I want us. Good night, Calista. Note to self. Burn the bed. I arrived at White Satin Pack with 10 minutes to spare. But Kieran was at my door before I shut the truck off. He grinned hugely and held his hand out for me to take. I took it, enjoying the sparks and tingles for a minute. He helped me out, then turned to the boys' doors. He lifted Derek down after hugging him and saying he loved him, then turned and did the same thing with Darius. Kieran has texted me every day this week, each one. An apology. I haven't responded to any of them. I don't fool myself. I love him. My heart belongs solely to him. But he won't know that. Not unless he earns it. My biggest fear is opening up to let him in. Just for him to do the same thing. It makes my heart hurt thinking about it. We had finished breakfast and the boys were with their father down at the training field. I had just finished putting their clothes away in the room Kieran had readied for them. He had them in a room between the two of us, with adjoining doors. His reasoning: no one can get to their room without going through one of ours. I met up with Cole on my way back downstairs to check on the boys. He walked with me out to the training field. We heard a blood-curdling scream and I took off running. I saw a woman trying to shake Darius's little face off her leg, and Derek on the ground. As I closed in on the scene, I realized it was Valerie. Rushing to Derek, I lifted him into my arms. He had a bloody nose and his cheek was swelling. I laid my hand against his face. Then handing him to Cole, I grabbed that bitch by the hair and slung her at Kieran's feet, glaring at him. I picked Darius up and Cole followed behind me with Derek. I washed my baby's little face and kissed it all over until he was giggling again. I sat down on the floor with them, and I said, "Tell Mommy what happened. Don't be worried. Mommy already knows who she's going to kill. I just want to know how many times I need to kill her." And they both giggled. Darius tells me, "We was playing tag, and I was it. Derek took off running, and we accidentally ran into that mean woman. She spilled her drink and got so mad. She was scary, and all her clown makeup is ugly. She was screaming and calling names, and then wham! She backslapped Derek right in the face. He fell down. She hurt him and he was crying. I bit her. I smiled at him and ruffled his curls. That's Mommy's big boy. I am so proud of you for looking out for your brother." I tucked them into their little race car beds, and just as they dozed off, Cole whispered, "Kieran is asking for us in the office." I sigh and nod. If he even tries saying anything to me about that woman, all bets are off. Walking in, I see Valerie sitting in front of Kieran's desk, with Axel leaned against the wall by the door. She was giving me the stank eye, and I muttered, "Keep glaring, bitch. My sons aren't here to save your life now." Cole choked on air while both Axel and Kieran stifled a laugh. I sat down and asked why I was there. Kieran said, "I invited you. I wanted your input on the punishment we are giving Valerie for abusing the son of a guest in my home." I laughed. "Seriously? You want my input? I would just as soon beat the hell out of her as look at her. But she's your pack. I'm not the only one with a dog in this hunt." He nodded and said, "You are so right. She has no clue the actual severity of her infraction. Is Derek okay? Darius, did you have him brush his teeth? Gargle?" And I laughed. Shaking my head, I told him, "They always brush their teeth before nap time." Darius did tell what happened, however, and said the scary, mean woman with the ugly clown face backhanded Derek for accidentally, or accidentally, running into her while they were playing tag. The guys laughed, while Valerie muttered something about ill-bred brats. Axel was still laughing when he said, "I don't believe I have ever heard you described more accurately, Valerie." She snapped, "Shut up, Axel. This isn't your business." And the growl Axel loosed rattled the windows. "Oh ho! Big, mad, disrespected puppy fixing to go off." He roared, "I am Beta. You ever disrespect me or speak to me without my title again, I will order you be delivered 5 lashes with a silver tipped whip. It is my business when someone in our pack abuses a child." Kieran speaks lowly. Anyone could tell he was holding onto his temper by a thread. "Let's hear it, Valerie. Why would you backhand a toddler, a baby, especially that?" "Baby," she whined. "I acted without thinking, Kieran. I was looking for you." "I wanted to apologize for the other night and to let you know I am willing to try again." He laughed and said, "You are willing to try what again? If you are referring to anything to do with me, get it out of your head. You were a mistake. I never plan on repeating." She yells, "Why? You said you were going to choose me as Luna until Cole said he would quit as Gamma." I raised my eyebrow and looked at him. "And the hits just keep on coming, folks." Kieran snarls, "I never said that. I made a remark in passing about considering a chosen. That was before. This is now. What does concern me, though, is, how did you know Cole said that, Valerie?" She shrugs her shoulders and mutters, "I heard someone talking about it." He growled, "Only 4 people knew, Valerie. My inner circle and Calista. I will ask one more time, Valerie. How did you know?" Instead of answering, she whimpered, "Why do you keep saying my name like that? Like it's a bad word?" "Everything was fine until you saw her at the diner. After that day, you barely spoke to me," he said. "Answer the question, Valerie." She screamed she already told him how she knew. Kieran looked at Axel. "Lock her in the cells. Maybe she will think about telling the truth before I find it. And Valerie, I will find out how you knew something that was discussed in the privacy of my office. Trust and believe." They left, and he turned to me. "I am so very sorry. I never meant for that to happen. I know that doesn't mean shit in the overall scheme of things. But please, don't take the—" I slammed my hand over his mouth and shook my head. His eyebrows raise, and I grab a pen and paper. I wrote, "Office may be bugged." His eyes got huge. Taking my hand, he led me downstairs and out to the back garden. He said, "That would make sense. But why would she bug my office? What would she hope to gain?" I rolled my eyes and asked, "Seriously? What does she want? To be Luna, unless she is giving the information she gleans to an outside party. Have you noticed her acting differently? Suspiciously?" He shrugs, shaking his head. "Men are so clueless." "Think, Kieran. Has she done anything lately that made you think?" "It's odd," he said. "Wait. She became more aggressive about calling attention to our relationship. The day of the boy's birthday, she tried wrapping her arms around me, trying to kiss me in front of the pack, and made some remark about waiting in our room. I told her flat out, there never has been an our room, and never will be. I have never allowed that. When I came home, she was naked, in my bed. I threw her out of the pack house and burned the bed." I started laughing. "Burned the bed, did you? That's a shit ton of red flags there, Professor." Cole combed through all 3 of our offices. He found bugs in mine and Axel's. Then Calista suggested we scan my bedroom and the conference room. Sure enough, he found 5 more bugs, 2 in my bedroom. The fuck? I look at Calista and said, "Now, I have to interrogate her, and we don't hurt women. I'm not sure how we would get her to talk." She grinned and said, "Oh, please, it would be my utmost pleasure to allow her to bleed on me. I will interrogate her." I grin and ask, "How about we visit her after we get the boys in bed for the night?" She nods and tells me she's going to check on them and asked if I wanted to come. I jumped on the chance. We quietly went through her room to get to theirs, and both boys were waking up. I sat between their beds, and they both smiled at seeing me. They climbed into my lap as I hugged them close. Together they said, "Daddy, I don't feel good." And my eyes teared up. I whispered, "They called me Daddy. Did you hear? They called me Daddy." She giggled. Nodding, she said, "They also said they don't feel good. Hand me Derek so I can check him, then we'll swap." She set Derek on a changing table, and her hands started glowing as she ran them all over his little body. She had a confused look on her face as she handed Derek back to me and lifted Darius. After checking Darius, she set him on the floor, and he toddled right back over to me. I lifted him up and stood. Each of them laid their heads on my shoulder and put their thumbs in their mouths. She whispered, "They only do that when they're sick, but I can't find anything wrong." We walked down to the dining hall, where Axel and Cole immediately grabbed their high chairs, but neither one wanted to leave my lap. I wasn't complaining. Calista fixed us each a plate of food. She took Darius, and we each fed our sons. It almost felt like a complete family, and I found myself wanting to make it a reality. I won't push her, but I am also rapidly reaching a point that she's all. I think about, I fucked up so bad. I pray every night to the goddess for her forgiveness. I looked over and quietly said, "With them calling me Daddy now, I will need to explain who they are to the pack." She sighed and nodded. "As long as they all understand, I won't be pressured into accepting you." I smile and tell her, "I wouldn't do that to you, but I do want you to know I accept you." A hush fell over the entire dining room. Another piece of our bond snapped into place. She gasped, and I felt an insane surge of energy pass through my body. "What the hell was that?" I asked her. If she felt it. She nodded. Axel was staring at us. "What the fuck just happened?" A wave of power just flushed through all of us. "Have the 2 of you decided to move forward with mating?" I shook my head and said, "All I did was tell her I accepted her." He said, "No, that's not all." Something shifted. "Callie, I know you are a healer, but what else are you?" She shook her head. Looking around the pack, she whispered, "Not here. And now I'm worried. Is she a hybrid? And I didn't know. What's going on? I stood up and laid Derek's head on my shoulder. I clanked a knife on my glass and said loudly, "White satin. I know you are curious about the twin boys you've seen all day. They are my sons. The one I am holding is the oldest. The one on his mother's lap is 3 minutes younger. Their mother, Calista Moore, is my true mate. We met over 2 years ago, and I did the unthinkable. I mated her and deserted her. I don't deserve her, but I will fight with everything I have to gain her forgiveness and make her our Luna." Everyone started clapping and talking at once. She looked up and said, "Both boys are back to sleep. Do we have baby monitors? I want them to be comfortable, but I need to keep an eye on them." I nodded and looked at Cole. He grins. "On it. We'll have it set up in 20 minutes. Calista asked, "How did you know Derek is oldest? Or that Darius came 3 minutes after him? I never told you that." I sat and thought about it. I asked Onyx, but all he said was it just popped in our head. I replied, "I'm not sure. I didn't even realize I said it. But it feels like it's something I have always known. This is so confusing. I feel different, stronger, more powerful. I can't explain it." She agrees and responded, "Once we get the boys down, we will talk. You've accepted me. And if I am honest with myself, I know I will accept you. I just have to work past my anger and my hurt. I feel sadness in my chest, knowing I am the cause of both her anger and her pain. I tell her, "I really am so sorry, Calista. I was stupid. I had made up my mind about the mate bond at such a young age. I was 14, too young to be making choices that would affect my life forever. I will never do anything to hurt you again. I want to be with you." She smiles and says, "One day at a time, Kieran. Let's get our sons in bed. This has been a good day, and it's going to be even better once I beat a bitch." I laughed and said, "You're a little too eager to get your hands on Valerie." She shrugs. "Valerie and her little posse were my biggest tormentors in school. I wasn't a warrior back then. Being a healer causes conflicting emotions when we get angry. I had to mentally train myself to not heal the people I sparred with. It is my nature to not cause harm. It made me a target for the mean girls and the bullies." Then she smirked. "I changed all that. Someone told me I would need protection. Therefore, I was a weakness. Now, I am not. I can protect myself, and I am anything but weak." I whispered, "I'm sorry." She grinned and said, "I just told you that to make you feel guilty, you know." I laughed, telling her, "Yeah, I figured that out. I might as well get used to the little digs. I have a feeling you're going to be doing that often, at least until you can find a way to forgive me." After situating the boys in bed and bringing the monitor with us, we went to the cells. Axel was waiting for us as we walked in. We could hear Valerie screaming and calling every one of us some not-so-flattering names. "Go figure." Calista marched straight to Valerie's cell and said, "Shut the fuck up. You are in enough trouble for hitting my son, for betraying this pack. I doubt you are capable of digging yourself out of this hole." That shut her up. Her face drained of color and she stammered, "I don't know what you mean." Calista sneers. "Sure you don't. I sincerely hope you have a high pain tolerance, because I'm going to enjoy snapping bones until you decide to tell the truth." Valerie shivered. "Kieran, you aren't going to let her hurt me, are you?" I laughed and told her, "Actually, I was the one who suggested it. You hurt a mama wolf's pup. It's her right to punish you, however she sees fit." Calista yanked her out of the cell and threw her into the interrogation room. She grins. "Right, let's get started, shall we?" I sat down across the table from Valerie. I sat and stared, didn't say a word, just looked directly at her face. She, on the other hand, looked everywhere but at me. I just bided my time. She was going to freak out shortly. Being stared at is unnerving. After 5 minutes, she boasts, "You can torture me all you want. I have nothing to say." I shrugged and continued staring. She snaps, "You should teach your kids some manners. He was lucky it was me he ran into. Someone else might have snapped his neck." I still just sat there. I reached over and yanked her hand to me, holding it in place with one hand around her wrist. I held her little finger in the other, still looking at her face. Then I spoke. Tell me why there are listening devices in your Alpha's office, in his conference room, in his bedroom, and just you. By the way, she was silent. I smiled evilly. Every time you don't answer a question, I will break a bone. So, again, why are there listening devices in your Alpha's office? She lifted her eyes to glare at Kieran, saying, nothing. I snapped the bone in her little finger. She screamed, you bitch! I grinned and took her ring finger in my hand. This went on for 4 fingers, when she cried, okay, I get paid for it. I don't know who. I was offered a way to make some extra cash about 3 months ago. Some guy came into the boutique, where I work. I said, tell us the whole story. Don't leave anything out, or the next bones I break will take longer to heal. She growled at me, and I slapped her. Backhanded. Her head rocked to the side, and blood trickled from her lip. I grinned and said, hurts, doesn't it? Imagine what it felt like to a tiny 2-year-old. Start talking. She whined, Kieran, why are you letting her do this to me? After everything we have been to each other? He snarled, Valerie, you have been nothing to me, merely a scratch for my itch. It's just dawned on me that it was right at 3 months ago you started throwing yourself at me. I hadn't ever even noticed you before. I laughed at him. Damn, dude, she seduced you to spy on you. I didn't realize she was that smart. Devious, sure, but smart. That surprises me. Last time I will say it, Valerie. Start talking and stop stalling, she sneered. Fine, like I said. A man came into the boutique, offered me $200 a day to record conversations and drop them on a flash drive. He gave me an address to send them to. And when they received the drive, they deposited the money into a bank account I opened in my mother's name. I don't know the man's name, and I don't know why he wanted to know what was going on in our pack house. You can break every bone in my body. I still couldn't tell you what I don't know. I said, where did you get the listening devices? She answered, he gave me 10 of them. I put them in the rooms he told me to. I nodded and then asked, have you seen him again? She stuttered out a no, which indicated she was lying. I grinned again. You're an idiot. You may as well tell Kieran everything you know. You are already guilty of treason. The second you agreed to take money for planting bugs, you became a traitor. I would wager he's weighing in on the side of execution. If it was me, I would execute you publicly, make an example of you. You have lived in this pack your whole life. You know the reputation of your alpha. You know the other alphas refer to him as the Alpha Death. Yet, you choose to betray him. You chose to betray your pack. You chose to desecrate your family's legacy. Whatever will your mother say? Shall we ask her? She screamed. Stay away from my mother. I did this for her. She's not well. I needed money for medicine. Kieran looks at her and tells her, I will be talking to your mother. She seemed fine at dinner. Although she did. Ask if I had seen you. He looks at me and says, Cole and Axel are done searching her things. He is unlocking her phone as we speak. Shall we go and check out what they've found? We can come back and question her again. After all, she's not leaving the cells. It's not like we don't know where to find her. We got to the office and the guys were waiting. There was an entire box of things they had confiscated from her room. Cole had her phone plugged into his laptop and was breaking code on it. In the box was a bank book, 2 journals, a small box with flash drives, her tablet and a laptop. The bank book showed nearly $18,000. I picked up one of the journals and Axel reached for it, saying, Luna, don't. She's written detailed descriptions of her, escapades with the Alpha in these. I threw it and shuttered. Just ew! Cole growled and said, I can't get this phone unlocked. She has a pretty secure passcode. I have run everything to do with her to try and open it. I smiled and smirked. Try Kieran's birthday, or the day of their first date, or even the first day they fucked. The passcode will be a date of something significant to her. Grabbing a journal, he flipped through it until he found the dates I mentioned. He tried several, until he was granted access. He jumped up and grabbed me, swinging me around. He kissed my forehead. "You little genius." And Onyx growled, leaving Kieran to apologize, which caused us to laugh. Cole sat down and started going through the phone. He tells us the passcode was the first time Kieran had sex with her. Again. "Ew," he whispered. "Alpha. She has video on here of the times you were with her. The quality sucks, but the audio is clear, and it's obvious it is you. By the tattoos. There is also audio of conversations in the dining hall, between you and other alphas. A shit ton of nude photos, both you and her, mostly her." I said, "Just get through it. Look for text messages. Check her call logs. Any unknown number, any repetitive number, and any text she sent out with her nude pics. Just stop with the commentary. I'm not comfortable with it." The monitor alerted the boys were stirring. I excused myself, saying they seldom wake in the night, so they must be feeling bad again. Kieran asked me if I needed his help. I shook my head and told him, "I will let you know if I can't. Get them resettled." "Kieran," once she was gone, Cole said, "I'm sorry, bro. I didn't even think when I started talking about what was on the phone." I sighed, pinched the bridge of my nose and responded, "No need to apologize. It's my own fault. I have been so stupid. The mate bond is no joke. My entire being yearns just to be in her presence, and she struggles to be in mine. I really hurt her. And how can I expect her to forgive me when I can't even forgive myself? Axel tells me, be patient. Let the bond do what the bond is supposed to do. Her wolf will push her in your direction. It will be okay." I grimace. "I hope you're right. Because it's not only Onyx who needs her. It's me too. I am falling in love with her. Every minute. Everything about her attracts me. Her voice, her laugh, the way she loves our sons, how she jumps in to defend anyone she thinks is being wronged, the fact she can handle herself in a fight. Even the way she interrogated Valerie turned me on. Fuck." Cole whines. "Yuck, bro, just TMI, okay? Too much information, gross." And we laughed at him. I stood up and told them I was going to check on Calista and the boys. Then heading to bed, I stepped into my room and was walking to the boys' bedroom door when I heard them ask, "Mommy, tell us a story, please." She giggled and said, "Okay, one story. Which one?" Together they said, "The one about the moon's heart." She giggled again and told them I should have put money on it. She got them both settled and sat between their beds. She began talking, in a voice as soothing and calm as I had ever heard. I settled myself on my own floor, just inside the door of my room. Long ago, there lived a great alpha. This alpha loved his mate, above all things. They struggled for many years to start a family of their own. Vanessa, the alpha's mate, finally found herself expecting a baby. After many months of struggling through the pregnancy, she finally gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. They named him Alec, and he was their pride and joy. They agreed to raise him to be as great a man as his father. Alec grew like a little weed. He was smart and funny. He was respectful and kind, loving and giving. One day, shortly after Alec's first birthday, Vanessa found she was pregnant once more. In her first month, Vanessa realized something was very wrong. She felt ill all the time. She was in pain. The alpha, Peter, took her to the doctor, and they were told the new baby was not going to survive. Complications were keeping her from developing properly. The parents were devastated. The doctor wanted Vanessa to end the pregnancy, but she refused. She was determined to do whatever it took to save her baby girl. She visited witches. She spoke to the pack's elders, consulted other she-wolves with similar conditions, and she prayed. Every night, she begged the moon goddess to save her child. One particular night, a night that had Vanessa in such pain, all she could do was weep. She prayed to the goddess again. She prayed harder and louder than ever before. When she had all but given up hope, a warm light infused her bedroom, and a sweet voice told her, "I have heard your prayers, sweet Vanessa. I am going to grant your wish, because this little girl has a special purpose." The goddess laid her hands on Vanessa's tummy and whispered, "Rest easy, little one. You are safe. You are healthy. You are my precious child, and I give you my heart." Then she kissed Vanessa's tummy and was gone. The very next day, a beautiful baby girl was born. On the exact same day as her older brother's birthday, her family kept the fact of the goddess's blessing a secret in fear of someone wanting to take their baby. She grew to be a healer, a good person whose sole purpose is to help others. Now, my handsome boys, we remember not to repeat this story, right? It's just a fairy tale. Both boys readily agreed to keep it a secret. Darius asked, "How does the moon goddess live? She gave her heart to the baby girl, right?" And Calista giggled. "She only gave the baby a piece of her heart." The goddess can't do that very often, but once in a while, on a blue moon, she gives a piece to her chosen children. I sit as still as a post. My mate is the heart of the moon. My mate is the heart of the moon. This is huge. I immediately link Axel and Cole to get up and meet me in my office. I rush down to my office and slam my way in. Cole is yawning and Axel is rubbing his eyes. Axel asks, "What is it? Has something happened? What's wrong?" I looked at him. Apparently, waking him late at night addles his brain. I laugh and say, "I'm sorry, guys. I know it's late, but I have information that needs to be researched. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. I know what and where the heart of the moon is." Both of them sit, gaping mouths, and Cole sputters, "What? Where? How did you find it? Where did you go? I thought you were going to bed." I shrugged and told them, "I did. I went to my room when I went to check on the boys." Calista was telling them what they believed to be a fairy tale. It isn't a tale. It was her life story. "She is the heart of the moon." Axel asks, "What? What does that even mean? How is it possible? Did she tell you about it?" I shook my head. "No! Did you not hear me? She told the boys a fairy tale about the heart of the moon." Axel groans. "Then, how do you know it's supposed to be her? Help me out here." "Damn! I need coffee!" I laughed, telling him the family in the fairy tale are named Peter, Vanessa, and their son, Alec. "Do you think that's a coincidence?" Cole looks at me, with his eyes bugging. "You woke us up, from a sound sleep, mind you, to tell us Callie made up a story to tell your sons and decided to use her family's names. It probably is just a coincidence," I growl out. "Is it a coincidence that Darkwoods is getting attacked by rogues looking for the heart of the moon? That the rogue we captured had information regarding that? Here's a thought. How about you start researching this first thing in the morning? Calista said the goddess doesn't give pieces of her heart away very often, but when it does happen, it's always on a blue moon." "That may be a starting point," Axel asks. "Why don't we just ask Luna? She can tell us more than a book, right?" Shaking my head again, I tell him, "I can't ask her. She will. No, I eavesdropped on her. Plus, I don't think she knows much. Just that her healing powers are stronger than other healers." Cole grumbles, "If this is another wild chicken chase, I am not going to be happy. And someone is buying me breakfast." I laughed and said, "Goose." He looks at me with a stupefied look and asks, "What?" I said, "It's a wild goose. Chase. Not chicken." He groans, "I am not chicken. And why are you chasing a goose? If you don't even think it's worth looking for, why did you wake me up?" Now I'm confused. What is he talking about? Axel says, "He's better, off going back to bed. It's like herding cats trying to get him to string two coherent thoughts together. When he's tired." I guess that makes sense. My toddlers are more cognizant than he is, and they are sleeping. I tell him, "Go to bed, Cole. I woke up to two little monsters crawling all over me like I am a jungle gym." Darius was trying to tickle me. and Derek was sticking a wet finger in my ear, screaming, "Wet Willy!" I laughed, grabbing them both, blowing raspberries on their little tummies, to them squealing and giggling. Hearing a chuckle in the doorway, I squeaked and ran to the closet to throw some clothes on. I was only wearing boy shorts and a cami. I could hear the boys yelling, "Higher, Daddy! Throw me higher!" and all three of their laughter filling the air. I walked back into the room in a hoodie and leggings, and my breath caught in my chest. Kieran was shirtless, in a pair of sweatpants, his tattoos on full display, his sleepy smile showing his dimples. He really is a beautiful man. Damn. His head swiveled in my direction and he asked, "What?" I shook my head, telling him, "Seeing our boys so happy makes my heart smile. I regret not allowing them time with you before now." He whispers, "Don't do that. You are not to blame for any of this. The fault is mine. I am the one responsible. I will regret that for the rest of my life. And if you were to allow me, I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you." I walk over to him and wrap my arms around his waist. It is our first official touch, and the sparks are dancing across my skin. My heart flutters, and I realize I am starting to forgive him. I said, "We have a long way to go, Kieran, but I, Calista Moore, accept you, Alpha Kieran Knight, as my mate, now and forever." As he repeated his acceptance of me, our bond snapped into place. An extreme rush of power and energy infused our bodies, and the earth literally moved. He asked, "Did you feel that?" I silently nodded, lost in my head. The boys ran into our legs, holding tight. Derek yells, "We aren't bastards no more. We have Mommy and Daddy together." Kieran laughed, "Together, forever, my little man." I cupped the back of Darius's head as he looked up at me, his little love light shining in his eyes. Then he says, "I want pancakes and bacon," causing me to bust out laughing. I lift him up onto my hip and tell him, "Yes, monkey butt, priorities, food matters. Mommy will cook this morning." Both our boys yell, "Yay!" and run for the door. Kieran shouts, "I will be down to help." In 5 minutes, I was mixing pancake batter and frying bacon by the time the kitchen staff showed up. The boys each grabbed a slice of bacon off the plate, and one of the girls whacked Derek's hand with a spatula. I slammed her head into the refrigerator door and snarled, "Were you not present yesterday when your alpha made the announcement?" Her eyes got huge and tried to start apologizing. I flipped out. "Don't bother fucking apologizing. This shit stops now. Let me guess. Once upon a time, the alpha fucked you too. And by the look on your face, I guessed correctly. What's your name?" "What is your fucking name?" She mumbles, "Lydia." I look at the twins. "Derek, go let Daddy know Mommy would like to speak with him." "Okie dokie. Pokey." Kieran says, "No need. Daddy is right here." He bent over, examining Derek's little fingers. When he raised his head and looked at Lydia, I said, "Damn, girl. You're lucky that looks can't actually kill somebody," Kieran growled. "Explain yourself, Lydia. You put hands on my son. You are an Omega. Do you know what my mate could do to you? Do not think for 1 second I would stop her." I looked at Kieran and said, "I want to speak privately with you, but it will have to wait until the boys go down for a nap. I can't trust your pack members to not hurt them." I fixed plates of food for my sons and walked away. Getting them strapped into their high chairs, I hear Kieran roar, "Pack meeting immediately after breakfast." Then he sat beside us, helping Darius cut his pancake. I asked, "May I address your pack at the meeting?" He smiles. "Of course, they will be your pack as well." I deadpanned, "Not if shit doesn't change," and right away. I went back to eating, but then pushed my plate away. I had lost my appetite. Kieran leaned close to me, whispered in my ear, "I am so sorry. Please let me make this right. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I swear to you, I am beyond irate. These women are going to learn. Today. They're fixing to find out they are biting off more than they can chew." Cole volunteered to take the boys to the pond to catch minnows, so Kieran and I can have a little talk. As soon as he closed the door, I said, "How many?" He asked, "How many what?" I sneered at him. "Do not do that. You don't get to play dumb. Not when you know what I am pissed about." He sighed and said, "4 more." I groaned and said, "Are you fucking serious? You couldn't decide if you wanted a mate. So instead, you plowed the whole field by yourself. How many are members of Valerie's posse?" He, at least, has the ability to look sheepish. 2. I will address this entire situation in a few minutes. I turned around and tell him, "No, I will address it. If I am to be Luna eventually, I will start out the way I plan to continue." He grins now and says, "Absolutely, my Luna. Shall we go take control of this pack?" I said, "You handle the pack. The whores are mine." Kieran stood on the platform in the backyard and addressed the pack. "When I announced my sons and mate to the pack yesterday, what part of it was misunderstood? You have a grievance now. Is the time to air it? Get it off your chest today. My sons have been assaulted. Both days they have been here. They are babies, 2 years old, mere toddlers. When did this pack become a bunch of assholes who abuse children? Help me out here." I admit to being quite curious. A woman in the back asks, "How do we know they are your pups? You always said your mate will make us weak, and every one of the she-wolves in this pack believed you would choose one of them." He started to respond, and I stopped him. I stepped in front of him, holding his hand on my waist. "I am Kieran's true mate. We met over 2 years ago. We mated, but never marked. He wasn't sure he wanted a mate, and I wasn't sure I was ready. I was only 16. I moved overseas to finish school, and he stayed here, trying on different hats to see if he liked the fit better now. Obviously, none of those hats fit, and I am no longer a child. We have accepted each other and are moving forward in our relationship with our sons. Any one of you she-wolves who believe you are better suited for my mate is welcome to challenge me. Just be aware of the fact, when you lose, and you will lose, this pack is no longer your home." Kieran hugged my back to his chest. He whispered, "No one will challenge you. It is still my right to decide if I chose them. If by some miracle they won." I chuckled and told him, "For someone who knows a lot of women, you know nothing about them, my naive mate." I was shocked. Calista had no sooner accused me of being naive that 5 women stepped out from the center of the pack. Amaris shouted, "We challenge you! You are no different than us. We have the right to be Luna too." Calista laughed and said, "By challenging me, you realize that I choose the method, the form, and the order in which I fight you. Are you also aware that, should you lose, it is my choice what happens to you? And did you know that even if you won, it is still Alpha's choice, whether he accepts you or not? He can choose to do with you what he wants. That is in the werewolf bylaws. He can accept you won the challenge, then give you to the warriors as a pack slut. You were aware of all that when you challenged me, right?" I saw the women whispering amongst each other, and I thought they would back away from the challenge. "Nope, still naive, I reckon." Amaris smirks and says, "We still challenge you." Calista looks at me, and then back at the crowd. "Well, white satin. Today is the day you learn what your Luna is made of. After today, and heed my words, the next person to lay a hand on one of my sons will die. No questions asked. After today, there will be no more challenges for my title. I will simply kill you. Every single one of you have wanted to play hardball since I set foot in this territory. All I can say is careful what you wish for." She jumps off the platform to go inside. I presume to change clothes, but I'm not saying for sure. I'm still naive. I look out at my pack, looking each one in the eye, and told them, "I have always put you first. Always protected, provided, and defended you. Right down to being willing to reject my goddess-given mate because I mistakenly believed a mate would weaken me. Weaken us as a pack. But in accepting her, in choosing my true mate, I find myself disappointed in each and every one of you. I am ashamed of what I have done with the she-wolves in this pack. I am more ashamed of how my pack treated my mate and my sons You are dismissed for 1 hour. Then you are to have your asses on the bleachers in the arena. You will all bear witness to the humiliation of our pack. I hopped down and went in search of my mate and children. I found them all in Callista's room. She was braiding her hair tightly and wrapped it in a bun. The boys were using her bed as a trampoline, both singing, "Mommy's gonna whoop some ass," over and over. Calista said, "Butts, boys! You can say butt, not ass." They both fell down on the bed laughing like she just said the funniest thing in the world. I looked over at her and she grins. "Yeah, I know. It's a game they play. They can't say big boy words, so I give them alternative words to use. They find it hysterical, like shit. They are allowed to say shish kebab, which, in itself, is funny. They struggle with it. For fuck, they are allowed fudge, or fork. Bitch is slag, and so on. We have made it a game." I pulled her into my arms and said, "I am so sorry. I wish I could go back and change what I did. I don't deserve you, but I promise to strive every day to be worthy." She sighed and responded, "Listen, Kieran, I am in the process of forgiving you. I will never throw the other women in your face. I am certainly not going to make you pay for the rest of your life. I will also not allow those bitches think they run the show." And the boys yelled, "Slags!" I couldn't help it. I had to laugh when Calista rolled her eyes. We walked to the arena, each with a toddler in our arms. They both started yelling for coal as soon as we walked in. I kissed Callista's forehead, asking, "Do you want me to address the pack and announce the challenges?" Shaking her head, she jumped the ropes of the ring and landed square in the middle. She loudly says, "The challenges are 1-on-1. No wolfing out. No weapons. No tag teaming me. You won't like how that ends. The fight is to submission. If you shift your hands to claws, I will kill you. If you pull a weapon, I will kill you. If you tag team, I will kill whoever is involved. Remember, white satin. I did not ask for this, nor do I want it. I call Lydia as my first challenger. That is only because she thought it was her right to hit my son with a hot spatula." I watched all 5 of the girls. They were whispering and nodding. Seems like they worked out a plan. Not good. I stepped up to Calista and said, "Be careful, baby. They seem to think they have a plan." She laughed and whispered, "Of course they do. They plan on all of them rushing me as soon as my back is turned. More's the pity. I didn't want to kill anyone today." She turned back, just as Lydia stepped into the ring. Calista deliberately kept her back to the other 4. She was lulling them into a false sense of security. Lydia faked a left and Calista countered, knocking her out in 1 hit. She spun on the little group and said, "Bring it. You planned on bum rushing me. Let's not waste any more time." All 4 of them jumped into the ring, and I got nervous. I haven't really seen Calista spar. The fight at Alex was over too quickly. I linked Axel to be ready to step in. "We are not losing our Luna." Calista backed up a few steps and kept her eyes on Amaris. My smart girl. She knows to always watch the group leader. Amaris shot her eyes to her left, signaling to the girl farthest away from her. Calista never deviated. As soon as the girl lunged, Calista throat punched her. She sprung in the air and landed behind Amaris, saying, "When you tag-teamed me, you signed your own death warrant," as she snapped her neck. She looked at the 3 left standing and said, "Your choice, your funeral." They all 3 knelt on 1 knee. She loudly asked, "Do you submit?" They collectively said, "Yes, Luna." She shook her head and asked, "Why? Why would you force me to do this? Alpha is not your mate. Why would you try to take something not yours? What is wrong with this pack? You should all be ashamed." She jumped out of the ring and came straight to me. I wrapped my arms around her, and then I felt it, the dampness of her tears. My poor little healer is heartbroken, and I am pissed. I linked Axel to come hold his Luna. Once he had her, I stepped up into the ring. I addressed the pack, trying desperately not to let Onyx out. He was clawing at my brain. "White satin, today you have disappointed me greatly. A little something you need to know about my Luna. She is the most powerful healer to have been seen in a century. Our pack will be blessed to have her. As a healer, it goes against her very nature to cause harm to another living being. Yet, today, this pack, my pack, forced her to do exactly that. Now her heart is broken, and she is in tears. She is struggling to forgive me for the grief I caused her. After today, I know how she feels. I myself am struggling to forgive you. The 5 women who challenged my Luna are no longer part of my pack. Amaris is to be buried in Pauper's Cemetery in town. The other 4 of you have 1 hour. Say your goodbyes and get gone. If you are still here in an hour, you are rogue and subject to death. I jumped out of the ring just as a man yelled out, "All due respect, Alpha." That's a little harsh. I turned and faced him. "Ah, Tom, is it? You think it's a little harsh? Attacking my mate 4-on-1? That's harsh. Hitting babies? That's harsh. Things are going to change. Either you, as a pack, change with them, or you leave. My mate and my sons will never be disrespected again. What's it going to be, Tom? Stand down, challenge me, or be banished. Ain't nothing standing in your way but air and opportunity. Make your choice." He sat back down. Kieran and I are sitting in his office, and he pulls me into his lap. He says, "Remember when I accepted you, and we felt an energy shift? You said we would talk about it. Is there something I should know?" I sighed and told him to get Axel and Cole in here so I can get it all out at once. As soon as the guys were seated, I told them, "I am a healer, but I am more." I held my hand out and cupped it with the other. I let the warmth of my blood rush to my fingertips, uncovering my palm. I held a fireball. I tossed it up and snapped my fingers. It was gone. I stirred my finger in a glass of water, twirling it faster and faster until I had formed a little water spout. I let it rise up and over the desk. Then I froze it solid. I smiled. I can control the wind or the ground. This also happens. I sharpened my fingernail into a claw and sliced my palm. When my blood reached the surface of the wound, it was silver in color. Cole yelped. "What the fuck? It's not supposed to do that. Why does it do that?" I laughed and told them, "I don't know. There is a book about my kind, but Daddy has never been able to locate it. It was said to have been in the kingdom's library, but that was before the monarchy was overthrown. My mama said my blood is silver because I am the heart of the moon. The blood of the goddess runs through my veins." Kieran sat quietly. Axel asked, "Have you always known you are the heart? I mean, who else knows, besides your family?" I shrugged, keeping an eye on Kieran's reaction. My family, of course, the Beta and Gamma families, but I have no doubt, like all secrets, there are rumors floating around out there. Kieran finally asks, "How long have rogues been attacking your pack? We need to set a timeline from the first attack." I scoffed and asked, "How do you plan on doing that?" There's no way of knowing when they started, or if they were specifically targeted at obtaining the heart. And my parents were careful when I was younger. No one, outside of our family, knew, with the exception of Daddy's Beta. They involved the ranks when I reached 13. I guess we should talk to Daddy. The goddess spoke directly to Mama about me. But still, I have very little information. He looks over at Cole and says, "Cole, we need you to go to the Athenaeum and look through the archival vault. Find that book on the heart of the moon. If it exists, that's where it will be." Cole whined back at Kieran. "That place gives me the creeps. I always hear weird-ass noises." Axel laughs. "Don't go down there alone. That's just dumb. That vault door could swing shut. And it could be days before anyone knows you're missing." Cole snarled at him. "Thanks, bro. Seriously. Really feeling the love?" Kieran asks. "How many people have gotten a look at Lenore? She's a distinctive wolf that would not go unnoticed." Why? I sat thinking a minute. "Not many people have seen her. You, of course. You are the first person to have seen her." I shifted in front of Alec and Simon. Even my dad hasn't seen her. And of course the boys have. I suppose it's possible. Someone in Dunkirk Pack may have seen her without my knowledge. But my uncle is the only one aware of who I am over there. He nods and then asks, "Baby, I know you're heading home today. Would you mind if I come with you? Stay a few days so I can learn as much as I can." I agreed. Then I said, "If Cole finds the book, which I am assuming you have the library, from the kingdom, then perhaps my dad can help us with researching." Cole stands, saying, "Right, let me start looking then. Maybe I will get lucky and find it right away." Yeah, right. My luck runs slower than molasses. Uphill. In January. I look at Kieran and ask him, "Will you listen out for the boys? I can go help Cole. Maybe if I am there, the book will recognize me. My connection to the goddess might help." He nods, saying, "Axel and I can take our paperwork to my room. That way, I am close by, should they wake." I kissed his cheek, and Cole took my hand, leading me out. We went to the basement, and Cole stepped over to a steel door with a keypad. He punched in a code, and then put his thumb on the base. The door buzzed loudly and swung open. We walked down a long, dimly lit corridor until we came to another keypad, just hanging out in the middle of a wall. He laid his entire palm on the keypad, and a part of the wall fell away to reveal another steel door. He leaned his face up to a small hole in the door. A green light shot from the hole into his eye. That door swung open on a huge room with thousands of books, and I groaned. He laughed. "It's overwhelming, I know. But the room we're going to only has a couple thousand books to go through. The sacred books of the kingdom." I asked, "Why are they here? I mean, White Satin Pack must have been very important to have possession of such precious treasures." Cole nods and tells me, "Kieran's great-grandfather was the kingdom's archivist. When the king realized being overthrown was a possibility, he had Alpha Knight remove all crucial resources and secure them in a secret location. This is it. There are only 4 people who know this is here, including you. It's a family secret." We reached a huge steel door, probably 8 inches thick. Cole typed in a series of keystrokes until an automated voice said, "Good afternoon, Gamma Cole. You are cleared for entry," and that massive door swung open. Cole told me to wait. He grabbed a heavy weight of some kind and propped the door open. He grinned and said, "Axel scared me. Now all I can think about is getting trapped in here." I laughed at him and said, "Quite possibly you should. Never come down here alone. At the very least, if you do, you should pack a backpack with non-perishable foods and bottles of water, just in case something like that happened." He laughed. "My best friend. Brains and beauty. How'd I get so lucky?" Shaking my head, I called him a dork and said, "Let's get to looking," and we entered the vault. We started at the goddess's doctrines and edicts. My heart was telling me I will know the book. It will make its presence obvious. I don't know how I know, just that I do. We moved through prophecies and legends. I found a huge tome on Darkwood's history and another on the family Knight. I asked Cole, "Can we bring these books out of here? Like take them to my brother's pack?" He nodded and told me, "No one can know, outside of our circle though. This vault has been kept secret for a couple 100 years. Fey technology keeps it hidden from anyone not aware of it." As soon as I rounded a particularly tall shelf, in a darkened corner, I noticed a slight glow. I called Cole over to me and asked, "Do you see that glow? That little blue light coming from the top shelf?" He shakes his head, saying, "No, it's just dark." I disagreed and pulled the sliding ladder over. I began to climb towards the glow. A book, tightly wedged between the wall and another book, spoke to me. Literally, whispered into my brain, "I am what you seek." I was in Callista's truck, with her and the boys. Cole behind us. Axel stayed home, because I don't trust the pack on their own anymore. They have seemed to simply disregard the rules of the pack and just do their own thing. They are definitely not going to be happy with the changes that are coming, and I wasn't joking when I told them they can leave. This dissension will end. I asked Calista, the book actually spoke to you. Nodding her head, she tells me, it whispered in my brain, clear as day. It glowed first. That's what led me to it. But Cole said he didn't see any glow at all. I swear it did. A faint blue light. I chuckled. I believe you, love. You and Cole were gone less than an hour. What are the odds you'd find it that quickly? Unless it called to you? It actually makes sense in a mystical kind of way. She smiles and laces her fingers with mine. Such a simple gesture that immediately soothes me. This mate bond amazes me every day. And every day I kick myself for not believing in it. Derek asked, are we there yet? While Darius tells him, if we there, we not still be riding in our seat. Logical. I glance back at them, and their little hands are laced together like mine and Callista's. My heart just melts. Peter and Alec meet us at the door when we arrived. Well, not us, as much as the twins. Calista laughs and says, yeah, you get used to it. The boys are automatically their priority. I have felt like chopped liver more often than I care to think about since I came home. It was getting close to dinner time, so Alex suggested we wait until after that to discuss the book. I told him about my pack house being bugged and how we are still sifting through what information was leaked already. He looked at Nick and said, do another sweep. We haven't checked in a while. We were all sitting around the dining table, and I was watching Derek and Darius running between Alec and Peter, whispering something in their ears. Then Peter would tell what Darius said. Darius likes peanut butter in his underwear, causing both boys to break down in huge giggles. Then Alec said, Derek keeps shutters under the chair, causing even more uproarious giggling. I asked Calista what the hell. She said, it's a game they made up together. They each whisper the same thing to different people and see what they heard. Boys, what did you actually say? They both say. At the same time, I clean gutters for bus fare, and we all laughed. Peter said, that wasn't what I heard at all, making Calista laugh harder. I noticed that boy, Toby, walk up to Derek and asked could he play, and my sons, each one, took a hand and led him over to the toys in the corner. Calista leans over and whispers, they are healers. They forgive without hesitation. Didn't stop me from keeping an eye on that boy, though. Calista stood to help clear the table and help in the kitchen. She smirks at me. Your turn to bathe our monkeys. Oh, and good luck with that. She walked away laughing. I mean, how hard can it be? After 20 minutes, I finally had them hemmed up in the bathroom, running the tub of water. Darius asked for bubbles, and Derek said, Mummy always lets us have bubbles. So I ransacked the cabinets and found a box of something called Mr. Bubbles. I poured it in the tub and turned to put it away, just as they both yelled cannonball and a deluge of water soaked my jeans and shoes. I got the water dried up while the boys played. When it was time to get out, I pulled the plug and lifted them both out. I wrapped them in their little hooded towels, leading them to their room to get into pajamas. I had barely gotten underwear. On Darius, when Derek took off out the door, yelling he was Superman, using his towel as his cape. Naked as the day he was born. I took off after him. Just as I snatched him up, Darius ran past me screaming, Cowabunga! And I tore off after him. Calista had just stopped at the top of the stairs, not even bothering to hide her laughter. I sigh, exasperated. I told her, I am exhausted. They run around like chickens with their heads cut off, and catching them is impossible. She laughed again, shaking her head. She said, Boys, get in your room and into your pajamas now. Stop tormenting your dad. They quietly walked into the bedroom, and within 5 minutes, they were dressed, teeth brushed, and lying in bed. How does she do that? They both looked at me and asked, Daddy, will you read us a story tonight? Like I will ever turn that down. Calista handed me a book and told me to meet her in Alec's office once I was done. I sat down and started to read. They were both sound asleep by the 4th page. I kiss both their little heads and walk to the office. Peter looks up as I walk in and pours me a glass of whiskey. He says, Sit. let me tell you about our heart. When Vanessa found out we were pregnant with a little girl, there wasn't a happier she-wolf on the planet. 8 weeks before she was due, the doc discovered she wasn't growing properly. He diagnosed a congenital heart condition, telling us our baby wouldn't survive birth. Vanessa was beside herself. She refused to give up. She tried everything, witches, fairy medicine, and she prayed. Every night, she prayed. Alex said, she was like that though, so determined, in every aspect of our lives. Peter nodded, with a sad smile on his face. He continued. The night before Calista was born, the goddess appeared before us. She told us she had heard every plea, every prayer. For all intents and purposes, Callista's little heart had all but stopped beating. Celine leaned over Vanessa's belly and whispered, "You are a special little one, and for that, I bless you with a piece of my heart." Then she kissed Vanessa's baby bump. It began to shine, like a beam of light, lit from the inside, and we could see the baby clearly. Her heart was glowing in her chest, beating so fast, so strong. The moon goddess looked at us and said, "Protect her. She's important to my wolves. She bears the heart of the moon." Alec grinned and said, "And the rest is history." I asked, "Who knows about this? Or who might have known?" "This rogue, King, is looking for the heart. And our intelligence on him is sketchy, at best." Alec replies, "We have never discussed Callista's gifts outside of our inner circle. Simon's dad knows, because he was Dad's beta. Nick has no surviving family except us. So, as far as Dark Woods is concerned, only 6 of us know. That's including Calista, herself. Callie, did you ever discuss it while at Uncle Seamus's pack?" She looked up from the book and shook her head. "I never even shifted where anyone could see me. I spoke very little while there. There was a guy named Cecil who made me extremely uncomfortable, always saying inappropriate things, touching me. Uncle Seamus banished him for treason at one point. After that, smooth sailing. I simply trained and took classes on gifts of the moon, but even those were private, just me and my tutor." I asked, "What was the tutor's name, love?" She responded with Ian McLaughlin. I looked at Cole and he linked on it, knowing I wanted background on this tutor. I was rapidly becoming suspicious of everyone she's ever been in contact with. I linked Cole to run down this Cecil character. I don't know if he was just trying to flirt, or if he had some ulterior motives for accosting Calista. I know one thing for certain. I'm taking no chances with her safety. I listened to the chatter around me, knowing they would run every scenario they can think of, through the group, until they figure out what the Rogue King's ultimate goal might be. Kieran asked my dad, "Did the goddess tell you why her blood is silver?" That seems so odd to me. How can she survive with silver blood? Daddy laughs and tells him, "She survives very well with it, obviously. Doc ran 1,000,000 tests on it. It consists of exactly the same genetic profile as our red blood, with 2 distinct differences. He discovered that mixing a drop of her blood into a topical ointment will heal nearly any injury without scarring. However, ingesting even 1 drop of her blood will make you very sick. He believes her blood will kill any being not of her pack that is unfortunate enough to bite her." I look up from the book. What? What the fuck? Why was I never told any of that? Why don't I remember? How will Kieran mark me then? My blood will kill him. How the fuck is that fair? Kieran lifted me off the sofa and sat with me in his lap. "Shh, baby. I'm positive that doesn't apply to mates. The goddess wouldn't make your blood toxic to me. We are going to mark each other, without incident. I promise. I was having none of it. I wanted answers. I asked Daddy, which doctor was it? I want to see my file. I need to read what the tests determined. When I saw my father start shaking, his head, my stomach tightened in dread. The doctor disappeared in the night, nearly a week after you left for Ireland. Kieran jumped as I leaped to my feet, running for the infirmary. I went directly to the records room. I looked through the file cabinets, looking for my records. There wasn't a file on me, at all. I sat down and logged into the computer. No information. Walking back into the office, I looked at Alec. Looks like we may have uncovered a traitor. I found no records regarding me. Nothing. Even the computer is devoid of files. He looked at Nick. Get to the infirmary. See what you can recover. From deleted files on that hard drive. Now. He and Cole both jumped up and left. Kieran looks at my dad and asks, were you not at all suspicious when the doctor disappeared? When I asked who knew about Calista, you didn't mention the doctor. May I know why? I looked at Daddy and wondered why he didn't mention it too. This was a pretty crucial piece of information, in my eyes. He cleared his throat, saying, honestly, I had forgotten about it. He ran those tests on a 2-year-old. It never occurred to me that he could be a traitor. Who receives that kind of information, then just sits on it for 14 years? Kieran sighs, exasperatedly. Someone who already relayed the information to whomever he works with, then remained a pack member to continue spying? I don't know. But I doubt he sat on the information. I would put money on him releasing the information, as each test confirmed his diagnosis before you ever thought of issuing command. Daddy leans his head into his hands, and I rub his back. What's done is done. I think we need to start digging into the doctor's background. What pack he grew up in, where he went to school, all his family, any friends. Simon, you and Axel start on that. Maybe we will find a clue. Or 10. I walk back over to Kieran and sit down. If this rogue king believes the myth about eating my heart, then he would die. If the doctor betrayed us and is actually working for the rogue king, then he knows that's not possible. That makes me wonder, is the doctor working on a way to make my heart edible? Like, I don't know, an antidote or something? Alex smirks. Well, there's a question you don't hear every day. What bothers me most about it is they're logical questions. As bizarre as they sound, they make perfect sense to me. Nick walks in, Cole following. He's carrying the computer tower from the infirmary, hooking it up to Alex's monitor. He let it boot up. I found 4 files, deleted from the hard drive, but still on the mainframe. Apparently, the doctor was unaware of our system's automated backup system. At midnight, every night, our system backs up every computer on our servers, the infirmary being the first one. The problem, all the files are encrypted, so it will be time-consuming to break it. Alex suggests, while working on breaking the code, I want you to run down all the information you can on the doctor. His name is Isaiah Jenkins. I pulled his employee file when we started suspecting him. He was born in Grizzly Mountain Pack, in Colorado, attended the Shifter University in Denver, was mateless while he was here. At least, his mate wasn't with him. He lived off Pack, in a 2-bedroom house in town. Everything else is nondescript. He didn't fill out any information about family. In the file notes, the interviewer wrote the reason he gave for leaving it blank was his family no longer existed. Obviously, he wasn't properly vetted. I am hoping the reason for that is the interviewer was just lazy and not involved in any conspiracy. I said, is the original interviewer still here? Daddy, did you not approve any new members or pack hires? He nodded and replied, of course I did. The interviewer is a close pack member. She has been handling new hires for 20 years. The doctor readily pledged and swore fealty to Dark Woods. Maybe call Mabel in here and ask about the interview. Alec agreed, but said it will wait until tomorrow. I told everyone I was heading to my room to read the Moon's Heart book and relax a while. Kieran asked if I could show him to his room, and I took his hand, pulling him from the sofa. Once we were outside his room, he pulled me into his arms and kissed the top of my head. Don't worry, my love. We will find this rogue king, and I will kill him. I am called the devil for a reason. I left him and went to my room. After a hot shower, I laid down and opened the book to where I left off. I learned I am the 3rd she-wolf to carry the heart. The other 2 were hunted and persecuted every day of their short lives. The first one was killed when her entire pack was wiped out by rogues. She was only 12. The second was executed by the council after fabricated evidence showed she was practicing the dark arts. It was later proven she was innocent. She was 16. I felt tears streaming down my face. My heart broken for my moon sisters. I send a prayer to the goddess for the safe keeping of their souls. I thank her for my parents and the protection I have taken for granted my entire life. I am alive now because my parents were so cautious. I continued reading, learning everything about my gifts. I also found that while we are all creatures of the moon, I am the moon child, and my children will be the children of the moon. Just as my eyes were feeling heavy, and my body relaxing into sleep, I felt it before I saw her. She appeared in the room, a gossamer apparition, and she knelt beside my bed. She took my hand and kissed the back of it. I smiled at the feeling of pure love that engulfed my body. She whispered, "You know me. Your heart recognizes I am your heavenly mother. As my child, you represent me here on this plane. Now sleep, while I teach you what you need to know." My eyes closed of their own volition, and I entered a sleep realm of warmth and beauty. Standing in the center of a flowered meadow was my earthly mother. Vanessa stood in the meadow, watching her precious girl run toward her. She opened her arms wide to receive her. Calista wrapped her arms around Vanessa's waist while they stood, savoring the touch of each other. Selene was off to one side, watching the reunion with a soft smile on her face. After a time, she clapped her hands and said, "Join me, girls. We have a lot of information to cover before the dawn." All three sat on a blanket in the middle of the meadow, while the moon shone brightest over their heads. Calista refused to release her mum's hand, even when Selene took her other hand into her own. Selene smiled and said, "Pay close attention, my child. You will understand why I chose you as my own. Your parents knew you would not survive. Vanessa understood that you were her last child, and her heart was shattered that you would never be allowed to grow and know what unconditional love is. She pleaded with me, begged for a miracle. As a goddess, I am no longer allowed to interfere with earthly happenings. I desperately wanted to grant your parents their wish and save you. I could not, but I watched you in the womb. I monitored everything about you, and I had to be with you the exact moment your heart stopped. When the last little beat was heard, I infused your body with my essence, leaving a piece of my heart behind, within your chest, so that you would live. Peter and Vanessa are your earthly parents, but you carry the life of a goddess within your veins. Essentially, my child." Calista asked, "I died? I literally died?" Vanessa nodded and said, "Yes, baby. The only way to save you was for Selene to become your celestial mother. I knew this. I agreed to it, without hesitation. It meant Daddy and I could raise our little girl. I was prepared to make a deal with the devil, Callie. I loved you too much to survive without you." Calista smiled. "Mama, I understand. I would have done the same. I am grateful you didn't give up on me." Selene tugged Callista's hand and said, "I need you to focus, daughter. Everything I do has a purpose. As soon as you were born, I mated you to Kieran. His birth had been heralded for an entire generation. He is stronger, more cunning than any living alpha. Not since the king has such strength been born. I have spent a while being sorely disappointed in him, but it seems his head is finally screwing on straight. Your gifts will be fully enhanced once you are marked. It has to happen the same time as mating. He cannot mark you at your lunar ceremony. It must be before. There is a reason for that. Things are in play that would prevent his mark at the ceremony. I cannot change that, because I am not allowed to interfere with fate. The difference between fate and destiny is the journey. Kieran was always your fated mate, but being able to mate and mark each other has been your destiny. Everything that happened up to this point has been your journey. You have already been in contact with the people who will betray you, as well as the ones who already have. They all have ties to the Rogue King. Once you realize who these people are, the puzzle pieces will start to fall into place. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who these people are. The three sisters of fate would go to Zeus, and I would be no more. While I am always allowed to see what is going to happen, I am powerless to intervene. This rogue king, self-proclaimed, I might add, has decided you must be his mate. I cannot tell you who he is or where he is. That's considered altering fate. The traitors you are beginning to uncover have been in place a long time. This plan has been in the works for a century. You will discover that all things are relative. There are no coincidences. Even family ties. Not necessarily yours, but not necessarily not yours either. In order to prevent the eventuality of this individual taking over all wolves, we had to make certain you reach maturity. I am aware of the events that will follow your marking and mating. I am not allowed to tell you, however. Unfortunately, the traitors I refer to have worked many years on this betrayal. It started in the era of your grandparents. The fact you are the heart was not a planned event. Your mating to the alpha of white satin was a conscious decision, inasmuch as that is the way fate played its hand. Kieran is called the devil. The reason is, if you cross him, betray him, harm someone he loves, he will come for you, and he brings hell with him. Once you are marked and mated, his power will increase. He will become the strongest alpha ever seen. His enemies are aware of this. It is in the book of legends, the one in his office. Even he doesn't know the strength he will possess. I want you each to understand, you are better together, stronger, invincible. First, though, you have to forgive him with your whole heart. You have to believe he has accepted you completely before you can feel secure in your marking. The silver in your blood is a direct result of me. Your children will carry it as well, though not as prominent as yours. They will be healers. Your daughters will be white wolves, while your sons are dark, like their father. Their wolves will appear at a young age, unlike average wolves. They will, however, carry the markings of the goddess, just as Lenore does. Vanessa said, "It's nearly morning and you will be waking soon. Finish reading the book. We will come again to answer all your questions. I love you so very much, my moon. Tell your daddy and brother I love them. I miss them every day. I will be waiting, but for now, I am just watching." Selene turned to Calista and told her, "The attacks that are coming will be vicious. Warn your mate and your brother to watch for the signs. The Rogue King has begun recruiting, and eyes and ears are all around you. Re-evaluate the transfers of the past several years. Accept no new transfers until the rogue is vanquished." As soon as I showered, I went in search of Kieran. I wanted him to know what the goddess had told me. He was in the boys' room again, reading a book. He smiled. "Good morning, Mama. We didn't want to wake you. I got them dressed by myself." Looking at my sons, I simply nodded and let him know I appreciated it. Both boys didn't match. Darius had a yellow floral shirt on with plaid shorts, while Derek was wearing a flannel shirt and camouflage pants. I giggled and asked, "They picked their outfits?" And all three faces lit up in identical grins, nodding. I laughed. How adorable are these men of mine. After breakfast, I dropped the boys at daycare, and we all met in the conference room. Mabel was brought in, looking nervous. My dad told her to relax. She wasn't in trouble. She half smiled and asked why she was summoned. Kieran smiled at her. He introduced himself, letting her know he was my mate, and he just wanted to ask her a few questions about Dr. Jenkins. She had a look of confusion on her face. She said, "I don't understand." He was a nice man, knowledgeable. He told me his family was wiped out by rogues and he needed a change. So he applied to our ad. We needed a pack doctor, and his credentials were all in order. Kieran nodded and said, "All of that makes sense." My questions lie in why his family history was left blank. Nothing about his previous history from his old pack. Was there a specific reason that information was never pursued? She sat thinking. And then she said, "I remember now." In the middle of the interview, he started crying, hysterically, about his family. I asked him to take a moment and compose himself, that we would address the rest of the application later in the day. I never had the opportunity. That was the day we all thought there was an imminent rogue attack. Everyone was sent to the bunkers, only to find out the attack was only 20 people requesting asylum. I was set the task of vetting them, which took approximately 3 days. To my shame, I honestly forgot to complete Dr. Jenkins' interview. Daddy looked at Kieran, then said to Mabel, "It was an honest mistake, Mabel. Everything is fine. You may go." Once she was gone, I said, "Okay. We have the tutor, Ian, the doctor Isaiah. Is Uncle Seamus suspect? Valerie and her rogue buddy. Who else? Because the goddess came to me last night, and she said something about the traitors. We are uncovering." Everyone in the room said, "What?" at the same time. I smiled and said, "Now that I have your attention, Daddy, I saw Mama. She said to tell you and Alec how much she loves you, that she is always watching over us, and how proud she is of you." My dad teared up and said, "She's okay. She's happy." I nod at him and tell him, "I believe she is. She misses us, but she knew it was her time." Alex smiled and told me he was happy I got to see her. I told them everything the goddess told me, even about my children. Kieran asks, "Derek's blood wasn't silver when he had that bloody nose." I shrugged and said, "All she said about it was my children would carry it. So I don't know if there is simply silver mixed in their blood, or if it will turn silver at a later date." Kieran says, "Axel, you and Cole go over any and all transfers we have had over the last several years. Wasn't Vanessa a transfer with her family when we were kids?" Axel said, "I believe they were, but her father died about 10 years ago in a rogue attack. So, if he was a traitor, why would he fight for our pack?" I shrugged. "I think we need to read the Book of Legends in Kieran's office. It has his detailed history, so maybe that's a starting point. Daddy, we need to go over our transfers as well." The goddess said this has been in play for a century at least. I am the third heart that she has borne. The other 2 were assassinated before reaching adulthood. Daddy said, "I thought we were being cautious. I honestly believed we had our bases covered, yet still, information leaked. I believe we have to move forward with the understanding we have traitors in our midst. We have taken precautions here, with security cameras all along our borders. The bunkers are manned 24/7 now. Cameras in all common areas of the pack. Alec, anything else we can do?" Alec nods. "If we are assuming correctly, Kieran, you and Calista will be having a lunar ceremony soon enough, so we should concentrate on securing your pack as well. I know Nick has your bunkers almost completed on the borders." Kieran responded, "The lunar ceremony will not take place until Calista can completely forgive me. Then, and only then, will we move forward." And I said, "Yeah, about that. The goddess informed me that you and I have to mate and mark before then." She couldn't expound, just that there is something in the works to prevent that from happening at the ceremony. So she gave us permission to mate and mark before the actual ceremony on the full moon. He looks at me, eyes wide, and growls, "What? It is tradition. No Luna has been marked before her ceremony." Shrugging, I said, "She said it has to happen before, whether we have a private ceremony and do it on a full moon, or not. It has to happen before the official ceremony. I, for one, will not go against the goddess's dictates." He sighs and speaks lowly. "I agree. I can also accept a private ceremony, but only when you know you can accept me with a forgiving heart. I know it is a lot to ask." I smile and say, "I have forgiven you, Kieran. I love you. To hold the past against you says more about me than it does you." He mutters, "You love me? You really love me? Oh my goddess. I love you so much. I will spend the rest of my life proving it." "To you," I said. "I have always loved you, Kieran. I was disappointed in you, for not being the mate I was brought up believing you would be, for acting like an irresponsible douchebag. That made me angry. I understand the concept of sowing wild oats and all that shit. I just was unprepared for being some of the oats you needed to sow. That was before I fully understood how all-encompassing the mate bond can be. My soul forgave you, every time. My head wanted to castrate you. I don't want to do that anymore. My head has accepted your reticence in accepting us, due to what you witnessed of the bond in your formative years. So, forgiveness is the natural follow-up to understanding. He grabbed me and kissed me in front of everyone. And somehow, it felt as intimate as anything I had ever experienced with him. Pulling back, he whispered, "Thank you for not giving up, for believing in me, for allowing me the privilege of being your mate. I will never let you down again. I promise you, I will love you forever." We all decided to head back home to White Satin. Alec and Peter stayed at Dark Woods to go over all the transfers they had accepted over the past 20 years. It worries all of us that we have been accepting potential traitors into our packs over the years. Arriving home, we immediately went to my office. Calista worked on settling the twins down for a nap, while Cole was working on decryption of the doctor's files. Axel pulled the Book of Legends from the shelf and said, "We need to find what is written about you. There has to be a clue that will help us figure out the players in this whole thing." I nod, saying, hopefully. Calista was coming through the door, just as we heard a phone ringing. Looking around, we realized it was Valerie's phone, in a drawer of my desk. She grabbed it and hit ignore. She immediately sent a text to the number, C. "Can't talk. Am with the Alpha." Within minutes, a response came in. As we read it, I realized she is much more complicit than I realized. I am assuming this is where my naivete is most obvious. "Have you made progress in that department? We need him to choose you ASAP. A lot hinges on the lunar ceremony." Calista looks up from the text. "That bitch knows a hell of a lot more than she's saying. I underestimated her. Time to pay her another little visit." Axel looks at me and says, "Let me have a go at her. I will make her talk. Give me an hour. I am going to speak to her mother. Time for a little deception." He walked out, and Calista asks, "What is he planning? I don't want the mother hurt." "She may be completely innocent," I said. "Valerie had the money put in an account in her mother's name. I'm not so sure she is innocent. We will wait for Axel to come back before we decide how to proceed." Cole looked up from his computer screen. Guys, the doctor forwarded all Callie's medical files, all but the last record about what her blood can do, to a man named Emery Cassius." I sat up straight and asked, "Why did he not send the blood results? That would be the most important information, seems to me. And we need to run down this Cassius guy. He's most likely a major player." Calista asks, "Do I respond to this guy? What do I tell him?" I smile and tell her, "Reply something innocuous, at least until we see what we can get out of Valerie." She responds, "C. Working on it." We left it at that and opened the Book of Legends until we found the history of our pack. It began in the time of my second great-grandparents. We read about my ancestors being the kingdom archivists until my great-grandfather was tasked with the protection of the historical library. He had the vault constructed and protected by fey magic. When the kingdom fell, the actual library was destroyed, burned to the ground, and the entire royal family executed. By rogues, they outnumbered the warriors of the kingdom by 3-1, destroying and annihilating everything and everyone in their path. Calista asked, "Why though? I find it hard to believe your family would have stood behind a corrupt regime, so why would the rogues attack?" I smile sadly and tell her, "It was a different time, a different mindset. Wolves who didn't conform to the rules, who balked at tradition, were immediately ordered executed. They weren't banished or excommunicated. They were killed for questioning the laws that had been in place for hundreds of years. Instead of hearing the people, revising laws, the king did what every king before had done. He ordered them put down. People rebelled, left packs, left the kingdom, and became rogue. And what was known of rogues back then, everyone believed they were feral, monsters, killing machines, instead of realizing they just wanted to be acknowledged. Once the coup was over, and a council established, the laws were all revisited and rewritten. allowing rogues a choice of either becoming lone wolves with a pack affiliation, or the ones who refused that were simply outlaws. The kill-on-sight order remained intact. This thing we are facing now, I believe to be the result of that order, still in place, to this day. It is why we vet anyone seeking refuge in our packs. But make no mistake, only our pack. And your home pack allow that. Everyone else still kill rogues. No questions asked. Calista asks, why though? If we are the only two packs accepting rogues, why are we being attacked? It seems ignorant, like biting the hand that feeds you. Cole chuckled. It's simple, really. They are attacking us to stop the rogues from seeking asylum. If they have nowhere to go, they remain under the control of this rogue king. He wants the heart, and that's the why we have to figure out, Calista replied. Oh, that! Yeah. The goddess said he wants to force mark me. He doesn't know it will kill him. My blood has nothing but negative effects on anyone not closely affiliated with me. Like our packs. Once Kieran and I are marked, and I am accepted by the pack at my ceremony, they will all be immune to silver, live longer, and be stronger. I softly said, baby. Did you not think that important enough to let us know? In the meeting at Alex? She shrugged and grinned. I would have, but someone kissed me, and I forgot my own damned name. I laughed. This minx. Calista continued reading the Book of Legends. When she squealed, here it is, here's the passage about us. The devil will be mated to the heart by the will of the moon. Their mating will bring about changes never before seen. Rogues will become a thing of the past. Acceptance is key. Interspecies mating will once again become possible. The devil and the heart will bring about a new era of love and prosperity, allowing equal rights to all aspects of the coming generations, of wolves, hybrids, and individual species. This will only come to pass if the self-proclaimed rogue king is eliminated. He believes he holds the right to become king of wolves. I sat for a long while before finally saying, Cole, find the name of the man who led the rogues against the monarchy. I believe this rogue king may have ties to him. Axel comes back from speaking to Valerie's mother. He grins, saying, the mother didn't know about the bank account. She hasn't been off pack territory since her mate died, and he was a rogue before they mated. He joined her pack, Summer Sky, but they were constantly harassed and persecuted. To the point, she convinced him to transfer packs when she was pregnant with Valerie. Calista asked, what's Valerie's last name? The rogue who contacted her may have done so because of her father. I grinned at her and pulled her into my lap. You are really very smart, my clever girl. After dinner, we bathed the boys and got them settled for the night, before we headed to the cells to speak with Valerie. Axel was handling her this time, and I admit to being interested in his methods. She was left in her cell, while Cole dragged her mother past the gates. Her mother was acting like she was crying hysterically and begging him not to lock her up. He told her to shut up. She was considered a traitor like her daughter. Valerie started screaming, let her go. She did nothing. She didn't know. She didn't know. Axel sneers. Know what? One of you knows. You said you didn't know. So, we will just make sure she doesn't know either. He grabbed Valerie by her hair and dragged her into the interrogation room next to where her mother was taken. I slipped into her mother's room and handed her a cup of coffee. I asked her for her name, and she told me Agatha Hensley, but people call her Aggie. I smiled and asked if she wanted anything. Snacks. Something else to drink. She shook her head no. Then she asked, what am I even doing here? Valerie and I are not on the best of terms. When she told me she was going to become Luna 3 months ago, she and I had an awful row. She moved into the single woman's quarters and we haven't spoken much since. I nodded and asked, you didn't want her to be Luna? She smiled and shook her head. I'm a staunch believer in mates. I know he isn't her mate. I knew she wasn't his mate. I told her she aims too high. An alpha is always mated to another alpha, or at the very least, a high-ranking bloodline. That's just how the goddess designed it. I am an omega. My mate was a warrior. Valerie has the capability of being a warrior. She just chose not to pursue it. She always has these get-rich schemes that backfire on her every time. And I knew she was setting herself up for failure. "It's why we fought," I responded. "You are here to make Valerie believe you are being tortured. We want her to think we are hurting her mother, in the hopes she confesses to her involvement." With the rogue and the extent of that involvement, Axel locked Valerie in a chair, cuffing her wrists to the table. He flicks her hard in the forehead and says, "For every wrong answer you give, your mother will receive 2 lashes of a silver-dipped whip. Whether she survives this night, or if she dies, is completely up to you." Cole set up the sound recording we had of a person being whipped. And the screaming, "Goddess!" The screams! I didn't even ask how he got it, or why they even have it. He just shrugged and said, "It's proven to be an effective interrogation tactic." Well, goody at the first question, and her "I don't know" response. The recording played on a loop. Valerie screamed, "Stop hurting her. She doesn't know anything." Axel grinned and said, "No, but you do. Any harm being done to the woman who gave you birth is caused by you. The daughter she adored, loved, raised to be an upstanding woman. Tell me, Valerie, what is it? Did Daddy not love you enough? Did Mommy not give you the right attention? Why would you betray your parents like this?" Yelled, "I didn't betray anyone. I don't know what you're even talking about. I never gave that man any important information. Nothing was ever talked about except how many women Kieran fucked." I winced a little, took a deep breath, and nodded at Cole to replay the recording. As he did, we hear Valerie say, Okay. His name is Ronald. I don't know his last name. He works for some guy. Elliot or Emery. Eldon. I don't know. An E name. He was to meet with him in Silvertree, every 2 weeks with updates. He texts me every 3 days to see if I have anything for him. He's probably texted by now. "Check my phone. You'll see." Axel asks, "When was the last time you sent him any flash drives?" She says she can't remember, so we listen to the recording again. Valerie says, "Stop. Just stop hurting her. I will tell you." The last recording I sent was when Cole said he would only protect the rightful Luna. I edited out the part about Calista being Kieran's mate. I was afraid they would terminate my income and possibly kill me if they knew. Axel asks, "So, they know Peter was at death's door, and they know they brought in a healer, but they don't know it is Calista." She nods. In my room, there is another flash drive ready to be mailed. I slice my mattress, and that's where I hide. Everything pertaining to Ronald. Kieran asks, "Tell me why, Valerie? Why would you do something so risky? You had to have known how dangerous the game you were playing was. What possessed you to even think to betray my pack and still persuade me to choose you as my Luna? Help." "Me understand," she snarls. "Don't act all sanctimonious, always dangling the Luna card to any and every woman in the pack just to get in their pants. You manipulated all of us, and now you're acting all butthurt because it was done to you." "Boo-hoo!" Kieran snarled. "Get this bitch out of my sight!" Agatha looked at me and whispered, "I am sorry, Luna. You should never have to hear such horrible things." I smiled at the kind heart of this woman. I asked her, "Aggie, have you ever been a nanny?" "I find myself in need of someone I can trust to help me with the twins." She grinned great big and said, "Are you sure? It would be such an honor. Children are such a blessing. My mate and I were only lucky enough to have Valerie. I would love to be around babies again, and I find myself at loose ends most days now." I took her hand in mine and said, "Please? It would help us so much." She nodded and I hugged her. I told her, "We will start first thing in the morning, yeah?" She nodded again, and I smiled at her. Axel stood up and undid Valerie's shackles and led her back to her cell. As Cole and I walked Aggie out, she looked at Valerie with the saddest eyes I had ever seen and said, "You are no daughter of mine. You chose to turn your back on me, on your father's good name, on your entire pack, on our Alpha. For what? A little bit of money. But even Judas could be persuaded to betray his king for 30 pieces of silver, I guess. I hope it was worth it. And we walked away, to Valerie screaming. We tricked her, betrayed her trust, took advantage of her love for her mother. And from behind me, I hear Kieran say, "That is the very definition of irony, Valerie." I was laying on the floor of my room, literally, re-evaluating every aspect of my life. If I had trusted my wolf, if I hadn't let how my father reacted to my mother's death affect my outlook, if I hadn't allowed myself to indulge in an overinflated ego, if I had listened to my heart, a light knock at my door has it opening to the beautiful face of my mate. She walked over and laid down beside me. I didn't speak. She laced her fingers with mine and whispered, "I can't hear what you're thinking yet, but you're thinking really loud. I'm only going to say this once. I forgive you. Tonight. Right now. We start over. You are my mate. I am your mate. Every single thing before right now is just something we went through to lead us to each other. You have to let it go. Forgive yourself. Know that I love you. I have loved you through it all. Even when I hated you, I loved you anyway." Rolled to my side and pulled her into my arms, inhaling her very essence. And I started to cry. I held her as close to me as I could while I bawled my eyes out. She just held me and let the tears cleanse my soul. I had never felt as complete as I do when I hold her next to my heart. We fell asleep on the floor, in front of my bedroom window, with the moon shining down on us. It was the deepest sleep I have ever had. In the early hours of the morning, I awoke to something, some sound that alerted me. I called to Onyx, and he growled an intruder. In our mate's room. "Can you scent who it is?" "Not Pack." "I don't know." I immediately woke Axel and told him. I woke Calista and whispered, "We have to get to the boys' room. Now!" She jumped up and ran to the adjoining door and opened it quietly. We snuck in and had just reached their beds when we heard crashing and banging from her room. I jumped through her door just as Axel slammed a man's face into the floor. I hit the lights and we jerked the guy up, just as Calista said, "What the fuck? Cecil!" I snarled, "Get him to the cells. I will meet you there." The boys slept through it all, but Calista didn't want to leave them alone, so she called Aggie to come and stay with them. I put 4 guards on our floor, and we headed to the cells. "Almost there," I said. "Babe, I am afraid you are going to meet the devil tonight. Onyx is on the surface, and I am struggling to control him." She smiled and simply said, "Then, don't." I walked in, directly behind Axel, and as he dragged Cecil behind him to the interrogation room, Valerie said, "Ronald, you caught him. Ronald, tell them. I didn't tell you anything important." I told her, "Shut up, Valerie. I don't give a fuck if all you told him was how I take my coffee. You betrayed me. You betrayed your pack. Nothing you say will change that. Sit down and shut your mouth." By the time we reached the interrogation room, Axel had Cecil hanging from the ceiling, his toes barely touching the floor. I grabbed a bucket and filled it with water. I threw the water in his face and nothing. The guy didn't wake up. I asked, "The fuck? How hard did you hit him, Ax?" He shrugged. "I don't know. I panicked, okay? He was in Luna's room and he was getting nowhere near the Alpha heirs. Cobal wanted blood. I let him have his head. Maybe too hard." I laughed. "You think?" Calista stepped to Cecil and her tiny hand glowed against his head. She nods and says, "Yeah, too hard. He has a brain bleed. Give me a minute." As soon as he showed signs of rousing, she stepped back and behind me. Cecil raised his head and hissed at me. I asked, "You a damn cat? The fuck is that noise?" He demanded, "Let me go. You don't know what is coming for you if you don't." Axel and I look at each other and crack up. I said, "That shit has got to be in the Rogue Handbook or something. Every single one of you spout that same nonsense. Every time." Axel asks, "What's your name, Cecil? Or Ronald? Or maybe it is Celia, Roberta. I'm just trying to help you out here, bud." You seemed confused. I grinned. "I like Celia. I think I'll go with that. So Celia, tell me, what were you thinking? Breaking into my pack and entering my Luna's room. Death wish right there, for sure." he snarled. I have nothing to say to you. I punched him, right in the solar plexus, causing him to gasp for air. Calista whispers, You break it again. I ain't fixing it. Making Axel and I laugh. I said, I will try not to, but it needs to tell me. She shrugs and says, Let's leave it hang overnight. Maybe it will be more amiable in the morning. I look at Cecil and said, I think we'll just let you hang around until morning. Let you contemplate the meaning of life. Reflect on all the mistakes you've made that led you here, since this is where you are going to die anyway. And trust me, I will make you beg for death. Calista steps into the light and grins when he catches his breath at the sight of her. She says, And I'm going to let him bring you to the brink of death, just to heal you, over and over again, until you tell him what he wants to know. You are so stupid. If you knew nothing else about me from my uncle's pack, you should have learned I take no threat to my children lightly. And you endangered my children tonight. We got back to my room and Calista said, It's okay if I sleep in here tonight. My room's a little trashed. And Aggie is asleep, in the twins' room. My heart skipped about 20 beats and I choked on my own spit. I sputtered out, Absolutely. I mean, sure, I guess. Only if you want to. I don't want you to feel like I'm pressuring you or anything. She giggled and said, I asked you, Kieran. You didn't invite me. I'm not at all pressured. I grinned and said, It would be my honor. And she giggled again. I'm just going to shut up now. I am literally suffering from foot-in-mouth disease. She stripped down to her panties and a little cami-like top, climbing under the covers. Goddess help me. I'm just a man. Damn! I took off my jeans and shirt, climbed into bed with her, and she snuggled into me. I wrapped my arm around her and felt her wiggling to get comfortable. She sleepily says, In the morning, we have to search Valerie's mattress. Then, we have to find out how Cecil got onto pack territory and how he knew what room was mine. We have another traitor. I in agreement, already thinking the same thing. Just as I dozed off, her little ass rolled over on top of me and tucked her face into the crook of my neck. I mentally groaned while Onyx told me, Don't you even think about moving her. I growled at him. It's too hard to sleep like this. And Onyx roared in laughter. Ungrateful mutt. 2 tiny monkey butts had crawled up onto the foot of the bed. I roused from sleep, feeling watched. I peeped an eye open and spotted them, sitting staring back and forth between Kieran and me, thumbs in their mouths. I rolled over and scooted, patting the place I had made between us, and they both dove for the spot. I whispered, Are you not feeling well? They shook their heads, and as I touched them both, I realized their skin was hot to the touch. I said, Stay here with Daddy. Mummy will run a warm bath. Kieran rolled on his side and pulled both boys close to his body, still sleeping. I set towels out and turned on the bathwater when I hear Kieran say, Babe, baby, the boys are burning up. I came back in and started undressing them. I tell him, I know, I still can't find anything wrong. I am going to draw their blood and run a few tests this morning. You need to get up and search through Valerie's things. He shook his head. I have already tasked Cole and Axel with that. I'm not leaving you or our sons until we figure something out. This is twice now, in as many weeks, that this weird temperature elevation happened. I giggle and smirk at him. Fever, my love. It's called a fever. And it may be something as simple as their cutting teeth. Their 2-year molars may be causing this. I carry Derek, and he grabs Darius as we set them down in the warm bath. They're quiet, and that's not the norm. Definitely. I ask if they're hungry, but they both shake their heads. I tell Kieran, Watch them, please. I'm going to brew some tea for fever. He smiles and said, Always. But babe, please put pants or something on. I am finding it a little hard to stay focused. I laugh. Oh, you got puns. You a punny guy, Alpha. I walk out to his laughter. I grab my mixture of yarrow elderflower, lemon balm and peppermint. Rushing to the kitchen, I brew enough for 2 sippy cups and head back up to Kieran's room. As I walk through the door, I hear Kieran's deep voice. The itsy-bitsy spider went up the spout again. Then both boys, "Show us again, Daddy. Sing it again." He chuckled and started over. Yep, my ovaries are weeping. Who knew he would be such a good dad? I walked in and pulled the plug, wrapping them both in towels. He carried them to his bed and handed them their cups, while I went to get clothes for them. He said, "I want to keep them close today. I have a feeling I know what's happening." I asked, "Really? You do? What's the prognosis, doctor?" He stuck his tongue out at me, causing the boys to erupt into giggles, especially when he says, "Yeah, smarty pants. Onyx can feel their wolves." I asked Lenore and she answered, "Their wolves are sleeping, but definitely there. That would cause a spike in temperature." I nod and say, "Lenore said she agrees. The goddess said their wolves would come early. But I didn't expect it so soon. I don't want my babies to grow so fast." Kieran pulls me into his arms and whispers, "They will grow as they are supposed to, my love. Think how close their relationships will be with their wolves." Once their temperatures had dropped, we were all famished. They ate like they were going away to starve. Cole stared at them both, watching the amount of food they consumed. He asked, "What? Where are they putting that? That's more than a grown man can eat." Kieran laughed. "Growing boys, Cole. But if you let Arlen forward, he can tell you why." I watch Cole's eyes shift and then widen. He smiles and tells Kieran, "You're going to need a second job. These young'uns are going to eat us out of house and home." We laughed, but he's probably right. After breakfast, Aggie took the boys to the playroom and got them settled. I watched from a distance and listened as they asked if they could call her granny. She wrapped them both in her arms and whispered, "I will be your granny as long as I breathe," and wiped tears from her eyes. I'm patting myself on the back for making such a quick decision, offering her the nanny position. I walked into Kieran's office and was saying, "Aggie is going to work. Out just fine." "What? What's that look?" Kieran signaled me over and pushed play on his laptop. I heard the whole conversation about me being his mate, and then another one about the heart. I looked at him. This was the intel she was preparing to send. At his nod, I said, "Time for that cow to meet her maker, yeah?" He grinned and said, "Not yet. I want to put her and Cecil in a room together, rattle the cage, and see what falls out. For now, though, I would like you to call your uncle in Dunkirk. Ask him to fax Cecil's pack file to us." I nod and immediately dial the number. As soon as he answered, I said, "Uncle Seamus, it's Callie. I apologize for calling around your dinner time, but I need a favor. I hope you can help me." He immediately responded with his loud, boisterous laugh. "Ye can call me any time, my wee lass. How are me boys?" I told him they are good, then explained we have Cecil in outcells, asking for the pack information he had on him. He agreed to send it right away, and as we hung up, Cole shouted, "Found it!" I looked at Kieran and he shrugged. He usually shouts "Eureka" or "By Jove," so I just go with it. I'm confused as hell until he says, "Here, this is where Cecil crossed our borders. See?" He turned his tablet around and showed us. Cecil walked right into the territory without so much as a howdy-do. Then he is caught in the backyard on camera, sneaking up on the side of the house my bedroom is. The camera catches him, throwing a rope with a grappling hook before he disappears from view. Kieran says, "Find that rope, get the patrol roster, and find out who was patrolling the Eastern Quadrant last night. I want answers, and I want them yesterday. Get more cameras on that area. Your Luna's room has to be protected at all times. I want bars on all the windows, every floor. This shit will never happen again." Axel came back with the roster and said, "We have 4 wolves, all patrolled the Eastern Quadrant. One, in particular, caught my attention. Troy Landers. Reason being, he's been known to truck with Valerie once in a while." Kieran says, "Troy Landers? His name is familiar? Wait, that bully from school? The one you beat up for tormenting? The Omega our senior year? He knows Valerie." Axel nods, just as a knock is heard at the door. Cole takes my hand and leads me over to the sofa to sit with him. Taking his job seriously. Troy sits in front of Kieran, and he asks, "How did someone breach our borders in your quadrant and enter the pack house around 4 this morning?" Troy replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. No one got past me." Axel asks, "Why have you been visiting Valerie? And don't deny it. We have you on video." He sneers. "I just stopped by to say hi from time to time. I was never told it wasn't allowed." "She gets lonely," Kieran said. "She's a traitor. The only talking she should be doing is confessing." Troy responded, "Accused, alleged. Where's the proof?" Axel smirked. "Proof? Boy, you aren't ranked high enough to know any particulars. About an ongoing investigation," Troy snarled. "Holding someone under false pretenses is why we go rogue." "She deserves a fair hearing!" Kieran snarls. "She deserves to be put down like the bitch she is!" Troy lunged for him, and Kieran punched him in the face, growling, "Get him to the cells!" Axel dragged him out the door. Cole said, "What the fuck was that? You got nothing out of him." Kieran laughed and said, "That's how Axel and I operate. We play off each other to get results." I looked at Cole and said, "Let's go check Cecil's file. It seems the two of them have everything under control." Kieran responds, "It's an effective interrogation tool." I snapped, "It would have helped Cole and I to have known the intent. It's all good. You and Axel have it under control. Enjoy your playtime. What just happened? Is she pissed at me? Did I make her feel excluded? Why do I keep screwing up? I should find her and apologize. That's what I should do." Axel walks back in and says, "Whoa, bro, who pissed in your Cheerios?" I sighed. I think I upset Calista. Now I'm trying to decide whether I should apologize or let it ride. "I don't know, dude. I seem to be tasting shoe leather a lot these days." He laughed and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tell me what happened. 2 heads are better than 1, I growled and replied. "And that's the problem. Cole acted upset about our dueling with Troy, so I told him that that's how you and I work. And I wanted his focus on Calista. She said she would have liked to know what we were doing too, then dragged him out of here to get Cecil's file. I don't know if they're coming back, going to his office or what," Axel shrugged. "Of course they went to his office. That's where the fax machine is. But what's the big deal? We always bounce off each other when we interrogate. Cole hasn't ever been bothered by it before. So what's changed?" Exasperated, I responded, "He has a Luna to protect now. He takes that very seriously and was offended. He felt out of the loop. How do I know? I have been skating on thin ice since I accepted Calista, and every time I turn around something, or someone, else pops up, throwing roadblocks in my way." Axel laughs. "Calm down, brother. Let's just go find them and see what that file says. Apologize if you need to. Just be sure you know exactly what you're apologizing for." I shrug. He's right. Was it really that big of a deal? I keep tripping over my own feet with her, and I know it's my own fault. I walk into Cole's office, asking if they had found anything helpful in the file, only to find Calista not there. "Where's Calista?" Cole shrugs and tells us, "I don't know. We were reading over Cecil's paperwork, and she read something. I'm still trying to find what it might have been." She jumped up, said, "That motherfucker," and stormed out. I'm surprised you didn't pass her in the hall. Now I'm confused. Cole, if she stormed out, shouldn't you have gone with her? Make sure she's okay. He shook his head. Nah, dude. That look on her face? Yeah, that's scary. People get hurt when she wears that face. I'm good. Gamma protects Luna. In that mood, more like Gamma protects public from Luna. Not about all that, bro. I start to turn. To go looking for her when one of the guards link me Alpha. We might need you in the cells. You need me. Or you might need me. No. No. We definitely need you. And I take off running, yelling, "Let's go, guys!" Reaching the cells, we hear Valerie screaming, "Stop!" And I skidded to a halt just as I was passing Cecil's cell. He's still hanging, but he's a bloody mess. I arch a brow at the guard. He holds his hands up in a surrendering motion and whispers, "Luna." I walk towards Valerie's cell and I hear Calista. Just some rogue. Slap. Don't know what he wants. Punch. Already have a mate? Kick. Still trying after mine? Slap. I wrap my arms around her from behind and whisper, talk to me, baby. Tell me. She's wriggling and squirming, yelling, let me go! I'm doing my best to hold onto her, but it's like holding a jellyfish. Troy yells, somebody needs to put that bitch down, she's crazy! And she lunges for him. Axel laughs and said, best shut your mouth, Troy boy. Looks like you're next. Cole rests his hand on Callista's forearm and says, tell us, what you read, Callie? She huffs and stops wriggling. Fine. Cecil is Cecil Ronald Cassius. Sound familiar? It fucking should. He is Valerie's cousin. How about that? Know what else? Troy here. Oh, he just happens to be her fucking mate. It's one big happy-assed family reunion up in here today. Now, can I kill them? Axel leans over to Cole and whispers, yep, big scary. Cole nods and says, told ya. I sigh. I am speechless. I just hold her and breathe in her scent. She reeks of anger and doesn't look like it's going to calm down anytime soon. I look at Axel and say, hose that guy off and have someone bring Valerie a change of clothes. Calista and I are going for a run. I lead her out of the cells and link patrol to stay away from the waterfall area. We strip and I tie her leggings and t-shirt around my calf. We shift and Onyx lays his scent down on Lenore's fur, nuzzling her head and licking her muzzle. We take off on a dead run. Damn. She's fast. She ducks under fallen trees and leaps over shrubs. I let her have her head. She needs to exhaust that negative energy before she spontaneously combusts. I herd her in the direction of the waterfall, hoping a few quiet moments will help her calm down. I know she's struggling with inner turmoil right now. The healer in her wants to correct what the warrior did to Cecil and Valerie, and she just won't let that happen, which results in her feeling conflicted. We reach the waterfall, and she immediately shifts, diving into the freezing water. Yeah, not joining her for that. That whole shrinkage factor might be part old wives' tale, but I'm not chancing it. I slipped on a pair of shorts, sat on the rocks, just waiting for her. I placed her clothes beside me, so she could put them on when she gets out. But she didn't. She climbed up the rocks from the water and crawled directly into my lap, her face buried into my neck, and she sobbed, ugly crying, gasping for air, slobber and snot. Not pretty at all, but I held her as tightly as I could and thought of anything to tame my raging hard-on. Baseball, Limburger cheese, demons, okra. Nope, not working. Then the wind started howling, lightning popping and drenching rain. I lifted her and ran for the little cave behind the waterfall, all with her in my arms, holding her, rubbing her back. I whispered, I can't fix it if I don't know what's wrong. Talk to me, baby. Let me help you figure it out. She croaked out, wood, firewood. I'm like, what? Oh, I said, yeah, babe. Onyx doesn't have pockets. We don't carry matches. She leans back and snaps her fingers. Fire. Oh, right. I sit her down and rummage up a little firewood inside the cave. Once it's lit, the weather outside calms down. I ask, was that all you? She nods. In a small voice says, I'm sorry. After the anger always comes sadness. And with tears, the rains come. I pulled her back into my lap and lay her head on my shoulder. I will always be your soft spot to fall, my love. I am your safe haven. I was so angry. It felt like my whole life has just been one big conspiracy. Cecil transferred into Uncle Seamus' pack 3 days after I arrived, which tells me Doc had to be involved. He just happens to be Valerie's third cousin, who happened to set her cap to be my mate's Luna, while her own mate languished in pain, right here in the same pack. Cecil is somehow related to the Rogue King, if Emery Cassius is the king, since they share the same last name. For all I know, Isaiah Jenkins is the king. This has done my head in. Sitting here in the office, I tell the guys, just hear me out until the end. We know Cecil is related to Valerie. We also know he is related to this so-called Rogue King. He has known where I was, all along, which tells me that the doctor is involved. Otherwise, no Cecil, right? Now, here's where my timeline gets sketchy. I'm not big on conspiracy theories, but this is mine. Cecil was kicked out of Seamus' pack for being caught copying files off Seamus' computer, although it was never determined if he had succeeded. 3 months before, Darkwoods was attacked, and my dad targeted. Valerie makes her play for you, Kieran. When that wasn't moving fast enough to suit the powers that be and you hadn't taken her as your chosen, they stepped up the game. Knowing I would return home as soon as I found out about my dad, they attacked. Valerie has known Troy as her mate for nearly 10 months, so he suffered pain of betrayal every time she cheated. That would have pissed anyone off enough to commit murder, much less treason. Valerie told Troy he had to help her cousin before she would accept him. Once I was home, they know it is only a matter of time before Kieran and I complete the mate bond. They will move mountains to prevent that. Thanks to the doctor, they probably think they know I am either the heart, or by abducting me, they will be able to negotiate for the heart. We have to find the doctor, and how he fits into the puzzle. Axel whistled low and said, "Damn! That is a shit ton of information you got out of them. I vote Luna be our official pack interrogator from now on." Kieran says, "Absolutely not. It crushes her. Every time she causes another pain, it breaks her soul. It won't ever happen again if I can help it." Cole asks, "The question is, are there any more traitors in this pack? We seem to be on a circus carousel, and we just keep going around in circles, chasing our tails like a litter of 6-week-old pups." I asked, "Have we found any more information on Isaiah Jenkins? Where did he go after he absconded from my father's pack? Is he with this Emery Cassius? And what about him? Have we found any information on him? The name of this rogue leader who led the coup against the monarchy? These things have to be our focus now," Kieran said. "Axel, call for a pack meeting at 8 tonight. I don't want to have to do it, but I am going to command the traitors to step forward. It's such an abuse of alpha privilege, and I hate doing it. I also want to let them know we will be holding a trial for our 2 prisoners. Cecil is a dead man regardless, but I will let the pack decide what happens to Valerie and Troy." Kieran calls Alec and asks him if they had found anything more about where the doc might have run off to, but also to let them know everything we had uncovered. I guess he is coming with Dad and Simon to attend the pack meeting. They want to witness the Alpha command being used on an entire pack, but I think Daddy is coming to play with the twins. Kieran looks at me and says, "We have to get to the cells, now." We all run and rush the doors at roughly the same time, with Cole and Kieran getting caught. I laugh and Axel said, "Oh, that's what a door jam is," which made me laugh harder, causing Kieran to give us both a dirty look. Oops. But then I said, "It's really jam with a B," to which Cole replied, in such an intellectual voice, "That's just stupid. That would make it BAM. And that makes no sense." Kieran turns swiftly and asks, "Seriously, dude, it's JAMB," while Cole mumbles, "That's even stupider." That did it. I couldn't stop the laughter. We get inside, finally, only to find a very flustered guard. Kieran asked him what was going on. The guard leads us to Cecil's cell, and he's dead, just hanging there. Dead. I rush to the body and start examining him. Kieran is pissed and asking who was in the cells. Where were the guards? I walked over and placed my hand on his chest. I whispered, "Baby, he's been poisoned." A high dosage of wolfsbane. His body reeks of it. He roars, "How the fuck did this happen? Cole, pull up the video." "David, I want a report of the timeline of every person who has been down here since this morning." He walked over and looked at Valerie. "What? No tears to shed for the cousin you betrayed us for?" She just shrugged and flipped him off. Axel chuckled. "Oh, she got brave. Poor Valerie. Whoever got to your cousin may be coming for you next. Ever think about that? You failed too." All the colour drained from her face. I was standing over Cole's shoulder and watching the video with him. He started with the time I had spent interrogating Cecil. and we watched every movement. Nobody came in or out. No one disturbed him. It showed the guards, walking their rounds, but they never entered the cell. Then I noticed something. I said, "Watch him. See how he keeps rocking his head side to side, slamming his jaws together. There. Stop it. Right there. That's how he did it." I walked back to the cell, and Kieran had lowered his body to the floor. I knelt beside his head and yanked his mouth open. Dislocating his jaw, I reached my fingers in his mouth and looked up. He had wolfsbane concentrated capsules lodged in 4 of his molars. The teeth have been hollowed out to accommodate the capsules. Clever, ingenious actually. He had to break the caps on his teeth to access them, but once he did, he was probably dead within 10 minutes. Apparently, the Rogue King believes in fail-safes. Axel says, "That's some next-level crazy shit right there." I nod and walk over to the sink, scrubbing my hands 4 times. I hear Kieran say, "I'm actually relieved. I was thinking there was another traitor amongst us." We get to the pack house just as my family arrived. We went straight in for dinner. I walked in on Daddy's arm and got him seated. He kept looking for the boys. I smile and say, "They're on the way. Their nanny is getting them dressed." He kept watching, and as soon as they entered, they made a beeline for him. He yanked them both up and said, "Grandpa has missed you munchkins." I introduced Aggie to Alec and Simon. Then I turned to Daddy, and he was staring directly at her. They both whispered, "Mate," in awestruck voices. I said, "Shit, I just lost a nanny." And Cole, bless his stupid heart, laughs, saying, "But you gained a stepsister. Fuck my life. Wow." I look at everyone and shake my head. Well, we have a hell of a lot more to discuss than we first started out with. Peter, after dinner and before the pack meeting, perhaps the 2 of you need to have a long talk about Valerie and about what all this means for us as a family. Alex says, "Wait, Valerie is who Cole meant? The same Valerie who betrayed the pack?" At my nod, he says, "Yeah, family reunions. Just got to be a whole Jerry Springer episode." Cole and Simon start cracking up, but I just glared at them, and they stopped. We got through dinner, and the boys bathed. I was sitting with them, reading. Calista was in my room. She had decided to move her things to my closet, and wants the adjoining door from her old room closed off, completely. I am okay with that. It's all bonus for me. We know we will have to eventually move the boys' room. But for now, where they're at is fine. We walked into the clearing beside the pack house, and I took the stage. I looked out over my pack and spoke. "White satin. As your alpha, I have always tried to be fair. I have treated all of you fairly. These last few months have proven I have been lax on many issues. I am humbled because I have failed you. We have traitors among us, people who would aid rogues in the downfall of our pack. I am afraid I am being forced to do something I swore I would only do in the event of an emergency. That emergency is upon us. I, Alpha Kieran Knight, command you to step forward if you are working with the rogues in any fashion." I waited, with my mate by my side. I looked out across the crowd of my people, with a sense of dread. We stood and watched. The weight of the command weighed heavy in the air, but not one person stepped forward, and it felt like I could breathe again, thank them all for coming, and dismiss them. Now we're in my office, trying to decide what we are going to do about Valerie and Troy. Agatha spoke up. "Alpha, she is my daughter. That is a given. May I suggest something in lieu of execution?" I nod at her and ask her to continue. She smiles at Peter, and he pats her hand. I think she and Troy be made to accept each other and mark each other, as well as mate. I don't think they should be given a choice. Keep them on house arrest until you defeat the rogues, then maybe banish them. While it's not a terrible idea, the thing is, I don't want her in my pack, unless she remains under constant guard. Even then, it's iffy. And I said as much. Alex suggests, "We can bring them to Dark Woods, and I will place them in the stockade house, with guards on them at all times. I am thinking of Calista here. I don't want that succubitch around my nephews either. No offense, Aggie, I ran the vote around the room. Everyone agreed, with Calista saying, "I want it done tonight, before my brother leaves." I smiled at her and replied, "Let's go inform the happy couple." And we all headed to the cells. Axel and Simon brought them both to the same interrogation room. Once they were seated, I asked, "Do you both want to survive this? Because what I'm about to offer you is a one-time deal. You refuse, and the offer is off the table, and you will be executed at dawn." Troy immediately said, "I will do whatever you ask, Alpha." I didn't want to allow that man on the territory at all. Valerie promised to accept me, and I was desperate. I nodded at him and turned my attention to Valerie. She sneered at Calista and said, "You think you've won, don't you? You think you're better than me?" Calista slapped her and said, "Stop it! Just fucking stop! You selfish, spoiled brat! Kieran isn't some prized bull at a 4-H auction, you twit. He wasn't mine to win. He was mine by my goddess given. Right, you have a mate who wants you. You should be so grateful. But no, you want something you can't have. You're truly pathetic." She turned to me and kissed me. "I'm going to our room. Join me once the trash is taken out." She walked out, and Cole said, "Snap, she told you." Agatha said, "Valerie, I am so ashamed of you. Your father would have disowned you. How you even dared to betray our pack. Betray a man you claim to want as your own. Luna is right. You are pathetic. I have found my second chance, and I am taking it. What you do from here is on you." And she stood, with Peter following. They left. I watched her for a moment. Then I said, "By Alpha command, you will accept each other, and mark, in front of the 5 of us here, now." Troy's face lit up in a huge smile as he readily said the words to accept her. She struggled against the command, but eventually accepted. He sunk his canines into her neck and she screamed. Axel said, "Dumbass! Fighting it makes it hurt. Why do you people not know these things?" She eventually marked him, and as she finished, I said, "Troy, Valerie, you are hereby excommunicated from the bonds of white satin pack." Alec looked at them both, laid a dagger on the table and grinned. "Damn, that looked like it hurt. That bond-breaking shit is painful, yeah? Now you will both swear fealty to Darkwoods until such time as the Rogue King is eradicated. Then you will be free to do as you will." Valerie sputtered, "I don't want to change packs. This is my home. Why are you doing this?" And she started to cry. Axel lost it. "Your home. You betrayed your home. You don't belong here anymore." They both swore loyalty to Alec, and within an hour, they were packed and loaded up in the back of Alec's truck. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I told everyone good night and practically ran to my room. I stepped into the room, and my beautiful mate was standing by the window, wearing a beautiful diaphanous nightgown in ivory. Her long blonde hair was hanging loose, and she turned toward me. The moonlight caught her perfectly, and she whispered, "It's a full moon. Traditionally, we could mate and mark each other, by the goddess's blessing. If you want, I mean." I walked over to her and took her in my arms, kissed her slowly, tenderly, and said, "Oh, I want, more than I could ever say." Kieran lifted her into his arms and walked slowly to the bed. She had lit candles around the room, and he gazed down into her eyes. Her skin literally looked like it was glowing. She smiled at him as he leaned down to place a lingering kiss on her lips. As he broke away, he whispered, "I adore you. Everything about you is exactly what I didn't know I needed." His large hands glided down her body, and as he reached the hem of her gown, he gently pulled it up and over her head. She squirmed a little under his intense gaze, and his hands stilled. "Her body," he said. "Let me look at you. You are the most exquisite creature I have ever seen. Forgive me, my love, for being such a fool." She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, telling him he was a little overdressed for the occasion. He chuckled and hastily removed his clothing. The bed dipped beneath his weight, and her body automatically shifted closer to his. His hands and fingers worked their magic on her body until she was a moaning mess, begging him to take her. As Kieran lined up at her entrance, he said, "If there is any doubt, tell me now, baby. I won't be able to stop otherwise." Calista looked deep in his eyes and told him, "I love you, Kieran. I have since the first moment I saw you. I am absolutely sure of this. Of us." And he entered her, slowly, allowing her to adjust to the stretch of his full length inside her. She moaned, "Oh, goddess, move, my love." He began thrusting, in and out slowly at first, then increasing, gradually, until they found their rhythm. They moved together in an erotic dance as old as time. As she reached her crescendo, and she moaned, "I'm coming, my love," his canines lengthened. He licked her neck, finding the fleshy part of muscle between her collarbone and trapezoid. He sank his teeth as deeply as they would go. She cried out, in pain for a few seconds before it turned to sheer ecstasy. Her canines grew and she bit into him as he roared through his climax. Everything she had ever felt melded with his consciousness. He felt her love, and he felt her pain. He now knew everything he had put her through, and he had never known such remorse. She whispered, "That was yesterday, baby, and yesterday's gone." They whispered their love for one another, and he carried her to the bathroom, where he drew them a warm bath. He washed her skin, tenderly, loving the feel of her beneath his hands. The entire pack felt the intense wave of power that washed over them. They understood what it meant. They knew their lives were now whole. Their pack had the heart. Their Luna was finally home. He leaned up on his elbows and kissed her so deeply she nearly wept. They lay together, not speaking, just feeling, experiencing their love without any words being necessary. They made love through the night, experiencing all the things only the merging of two hearts can provide. Sometime, in the early hours of the morning, their souls became one, an impenetrable fortress of protection for the heart of the moon. The moon's realm. Vanessa stood beside Celine as they looked down upon their children. Celine said, "I wish we could be there when they wake. Kieran will need larger clothes. At least his height won't be a problem." They both giggled. Vanessa tells her, "Thank you, Mother Moon, for allowing my Peter to be happy again. He deserves it. His heart has hurt for far too long." Celine kissed Vanessa's forehead and said, "I am sending Emmeline back to Earth this night. She will live, again, in our granddaughter." Vanessa's eyes filled with tears and said, "That is the highest honor you could have bestowed upon her. I cannot thank you enough." Celine then says, "The time of war is fast approaching. Our children have nearly all the players figured out. Oh, and Alex's mate will appear to him in his dreams. He will find her after the battle." Vanessa claps her hands like a schoolgirl and asks, "May I see her? I'm sure she must be very beautiful." Celine laughed. "Your enthusiasm always amuses me. But no, I don't want to spoil the surprise." Vanessa huffs and pouts for a moment. Grinning, she responds, "Who knew the moon goddess had a mean streak?" They both laughed. I sat bolt upright in bed. "What in the world?" I asked Cobol. "Did you feel that?" The entire pack felt it. "Our Luna is home. Our pack now has its heart." "Well, damn. Are we stronger?" "I feel stronger. We are much stronger. Wolfsbane and Silver won't hurt us now. We will heal faster. Our speed has increased." Realizing I was wide awake, I sat up to read a while. Cole mind-linked me, asking if we wanted to run. I agreed immediately. I reached the back deck and Arlen was already waiting. I looked him over and said, "Damn, dude, you're bigger," as I shifted into Cobol, realizing he is bigger too. We took off, testing our speed. We were pretty evenly matched, with Cobol being just a bit faster. We ran the borders, then stopped beside the waterfall. Cobol lifted his snout to the moon and howled his joy. Within minutes, every wolf awake joined his song. Our pack was finally whole, and we all felt it. I woke just before dawn. I heard fussing coming from our son's room. I jumped up, grabbing a pair of shorts and a cami, literally jumping into them to reach the boys. They were both fussy and burning up. I pulled them both into my arms and brought them with me, back into our bed. Kieran rolled immediately to them. Touching them, he mind-linked me. We need to get them to the backyard. Their wolves have woken up. I quickly stripped them both, and he carried them both outside. He told me to shift to Lenore and let her coax their wolves. He wouldn't shift into Onyx until just before both their wolves arrive. Lenore laid on the ground and tucked her babies, in close, nuzzling and licking them. The moon was just fading from the horizon as the dawn began to lighten the sky. And Kieran let Onyx out. He leaned over our sons, just as their little bodies snapped and contorted. 10 minutes later, 2 tiny black as night wolf cubs lay between us. Their colouring was the exact shade of their daddies, with the blue glowing tattoos on their heads, like Lenore's. There has never been 2 more beautiful pups to grace the earth. Yes, I am aware every mother feels the exact same way, but I can't help feeling, in this case, it's absolute truth. Onyx rolls his eyes at me, hearing my thoughts. Within a few minutes, they found their paws and were bounding around the backyard, pouncing on Onyx, tugging his tail, nipping at his ears. He just rolled onto his back and let them torment him. For a good half hour, Kieran shifted back and coached the boys on how to shift back. And within seconds, they were back in their little toddler bodies, complaining they were hungry. Feeding them was a circus, their excitement at shifting so soon taking them over. I brought them back to their room, and they were asleep within seconds. Shifting is hard on a teenager, their first time. For toddlers, it's obviously exhausting. I walked back into Warrior, room to shower and get ready for the day. When Kieran says, babe, I glance up at him as he walks out of our closet and bust out laughing. He's trying to button his shirt, but lacks about 4 inches of being able to close the shirt. He says, I think this is a problem. I walk into the closet and grab him a t-shirt, telling him this will have to do until we can go shopping, and I proceed to grab a quick shower. I slipped on a maxi dress and flats before heading out for some food. By the time we had gotten some clothes that fit Kieran comfortably and arranging a new nanny for the boys, I felt like I needed a nap. Instead, we are all sitting in Kieran's office, waiting for Cole to let us know what he has found out. Cole was setting everything up to show what he had, on the TV, and I, snuggled into Kieran's lap. Axel looked at us and said, I read the last entry about you in the Book of Legends. It talked about the traitors, but it was essentially information we already possessed. The last line intrigued me. It reads, the devil needs his heart before he can take down a king. Kieran shrugs and kisses my temple. Well, baby, guess we're going to take down a king. I laugh and tell him, how is he a king when he lives in shadows? He's not even a deposed king. He's a homeless one. Cole claps his hands and tells us to focus, which is hilarious, since he can't focus to save his soul. But okay. The man who led the rogues against the monarchy was named Beau Allen. He had a daughter with a 16-year-old girl who died in childbirth. He left the kid, or somebody did, at the front door of a PAC hospital, Golden Arrow PAC, raised her in the orphanage there. I sit up straighter and ask, what a douchebag. He assaults a 16-year-old, then abandoned the child. She wasn't adopted. Cole shook his head and said, no. Not only that, he must have left her name at the hospital or something, because this poor girl was abused her whole life. She was sold to Black Pine Pack and made a breeder. Kieran roared, a breeder! Axel, this afternoon, ready volunteers. We are visiting both those packs in the morning. I will not tolerate the injustice, abusing and selling orphans, harbouring breeders. I will call the council this evening and let them know my intentions. I soothed him and whispered, we will get to the bottom of it. They may not be practicing this anymore. It's been a century. He smiles and kisses me, then tells Cole to continue. Cole clears his throat and says, she gave birth to 3 sons before her death. 1 born to a warrior named Alistair Hines, 1 to another warrior named Alexander Jenkins, and the third was born to a Delta named George Cassius. Axel says, "Okay, there's the doctor's last name and the rogues. So they are direct descendants of the rogue who lead the rebellion. What else do we know?" Cole says, "Let me finish this. Time. Sheesh. The Delta's kid was named Alden, and the Warrior's kid's name was Abraham. Half-brothers, who both grew up in Golden Arrow. They caused a lot of problems, assaulting women, beating Omegas, even killing humans. 2 of the women they assaulted gave birth to sons. Abraham's son is Isaiah, but he was born to a human, so he didn't want him. The mother raised him in Willow Creek, a small town in Colorado. He knew nothing about being half-were until he shifted and tore through the town, killing 3 people. He was locked up in an institution until he was 20, worked his way through med school and joined Grizzly Mountain Pack as their doctor. I asked, "Where does the Cassius boy come in?" And Cole rolled his eyes at me. I grinned and said, "Don't roll your eyes at me," he interrupted, "or I'll roll your head on the floor." And we both cracked up. Axel was looking at us like we're crazy, and Cole says, "That's what Peter used to tell Callie when we were kids. She had attitude. Who knew?" Kieran says, "Focus. I would like to get through this before dinner," causing me to laugh. Again, "Holy shit, you sounded just like a dad. Good job." Crack. I jumped. "Did you just smack my ass?" He grins and rubs it, whispering, "Focus." Cole rolls his eyes again and says, "Alden Cassius grew up in Black Pine. He was a bit of a wild child, using his father's position in the pack, as Delta, to bully his way through school. He believed he would be Delta after George retired. Problem was, George had met his mate after Alden was born. They gave birth to a son and a daughter. That boy is Donald Cassius, and he is the Delta, being the legitimate son. In a fit of rage on his 16th birthday, on being told he would not inherit the title, he killed George's mate and daughter, severely wounding George. He ran away from the pack and wasn't heard from for several years. We stopped for a while, so I could feed the boys lunch and get them down for a nap. I arranged the dinner menu with the cooks, and we all settled back in the office for Cole to continue. He has pictures up on the screen now. I recognized the doctor right away, but Alden Cassius looked nothing like him. Kieran mentioned it, even as brothers. There's no resemblance that I can see in them. Cole shook his head. No. But look at the picture. This is Emery Cassius, son of Alden, born to a 15-year-old she-wolf from Ivory Mountain Pack. She was abducted at the age of 13 on her way home from school. She died in childbirth, and Emery looked a lot like Isaiah. Continuing, he tells us, Alden met Isaiah in a bar, and one thing led to another. They discovered they were brothers. Isaiah had met his mate. However, she was barren. Alden struck a deal with Isaiah to raise Emery as his own. It was easy to convince him, since the kid looked like him, and his mate wanted a baby, so bad. Everything was good. Emery was raised in the pack, went to the pack school. Just before he turned 16, Alden reappeared, telling Isaiah he had found a story about the heart of the moon. Emery became obsessed, and upon learning the truth of his genetic history, he left with Alden and became rogue. Now, Isaiah loves that boy and would do almost anything for him. So, when the rumor mill ground out the idea that Dark Woods would be the keeper of the heart, Isaiah had no choice but to transfer there. Emery had taken his mother in because she didn't want to be away from her child, and Emery, by this time, had shifted his way of thinking to rogue mentality, threatening to kill Isaiah's mate if he didn't comply. Her name is Gladys, and no word if she's even alive now. I am stunned. This is a lot. Do we know whether Isaiah is with Emery? Is Alden still living? Which one is calling himself the king? Cole shook his head and replied, I can't find anything more. It's like they disappeared off the map 2 years ago. Here's the kicker. Valerie's father was the son of Alistair Hines, and Cecil was the son of Donald Cassius. Kieran gasps. Holy fuck, That family was rotten down the very first seed. Well, I guess that's my in for visiting Black Pine Pack tomorrow. Need to let the Delta know about his kid. We were up and away from our pack by the crack of dawn. We are travelling in a caravan of 10 vehicles. I had called the council and told them what we had uncovered in regard to this rogue king and was going to investigate the 2 packs where all this talk of rebellion originated. I did not tell them I may be eradicating both packs today. I am hoping it doesn't come to that. I asked Calista, would it be too much to ask that you hang back and not involve yourself in any fighting if it breaks out? She simply says, yep. So I knew it was futile to pursue that hope. I linked Axel. When we reach Black Pine, I want warriors to fan out along the borders, search any outlying shacks that might look like breeding sheds. They will be secluded and possibly hidden. These packs that continue this practice do everything they can to hide it from authorities. Axel said, they have already been instructed on just that, Alpha. I will be going with them. Cole should stay with you and the Luna. And Calista snapped, gosh damn it, do not mind Link when others are in the car. How rude. I laughed and apologized. I'm sorry, baby. It's a battle-hardened strategy. I will do better. She seemed appeased, but I know better than to underestimate her. We arrived at Black Pine just after 8 and arrived at the gates. The guards asked for our papers. Papers? What? Axel snarled. The fuck out of here with that. No one has to have travel papers anymore. Tell Alpha Jameson the devil has arrived for pack inspection. Now! They kept us waiting at the gates for over 10 minutes. Not a good way to introduce yourself to me. As we pulled up to the pack house, the Alpha was waiting. His Luna was a mousy little thing, doing her best to remain unobtrusive, and immediate, Calista gravitated towards her. Now I'm thinking, fuck, here we go! Jameson sticks his hand out with a leering smile and says, Alpha Knight, what a pleasure. I look at his hand and muttered, I'm sure it will be. He introduced his Luna as Hazel, and I nodded at her, holding Callista's hand. She reached out and took Hazel's elbow, asking, would you be able to show me to a restroom? I admit to having too much coffee. As they turned, Jameson said, we have servants for that kind of thing. Calista whirled on him and asked, servants? You have servants? Is this the 21st century, Kieran? Or have we stepped back into medieval times? Now come, Hazel. I don't get an opportunity to visit many Lunas. I raised an eyebrow. And no, I am right. My smart-assed mate is definitely going to cause a few ripples in the pond. Jameson turns to me and sneers, what brings the devil to my door? I smile, hugely, and tell him, little birdies talk, Jameson. The council has asked me to conduct pack inspections on some of the lesser packs who have been flying under the radar for too long. Shall we go inside? I have need to speak with your Delta. I look over my shoulder at Cole, and he nods. Linking. On it, and takes off to locate his Luna. We are sitting in Jameson's office when Cole knocks, bringing Calista to me. Her face looks like a thundercloud, and I know we are in for it. Jameson immediately says, oh, forgive me, Luna. She-wolves are not allowed in my office. Fuck. She sniffs disdainfully and remarks, yes, I can understand. Why? It reeks of whiskey and sex. You should probably open some windows and air this dump out. He growls. Growled at my Luna? I said, stand down, Alpha. I won't stop her from beating your ass before I kill you. She comes over and climbs into my lap, saying, this is the only clean seat in the room. Of course, my love. Stir. The pot. I look at Jameson and say, you're Delta. He asks, what business do you have with Donald? I smile and say, exactly. My business for the moment is with Donald. His head snaps up and says, for the moment. I didn't respond. Instead, I asked Calista, what's the story with the Luna? She's abused. I healed current injuries, but older ones I can't. She has several bones not healed properly. How do you want to handle it? There's nothing we can do, unless there is actual illegal activities going on. True, We are in a holding pattern for now, until Axel completes his investigation. When Donald finally arrived, I introduced myself and asked him about his son. He told me he hadn't seen his son since he was 15. Apparently, there was an altercation with the high school crowd that resulted in a she-wolf from another pack being assaulted. He ran. Seems to be a genetic issue. An entire family of runners. I explained to him what Cecil had done, and that he had committed suicide in my cells. He merely shrugged and asked if he was excused. The fuck is wrong with these people? Jameson offered a walk around his pack, which Calista jumped on. She said, "I would love to meet some of your people, maybe even check out the orphanage." He immediately responded that there was no orphanage. Any parentless pup was placed in a sponsor family. I asked, "Are they adopted?" And this fool says, "Of course not. They stay with the sponsor family until their debt is paid." And my mate screeched, "What debt? What fucking debt can a pup incur? You fucking idiot. You better pray to whomever you pray to that not one of those pups have been abused." I watched the man start to sweat, and I know he's regretting every poor decision he's ever made. There's only one reason the devil makes a surprise visit to your pack. It is seldom good news. As we step outside, I breathe deeply, sucking in as much clean air as I can. Axel links me, Alpha. There are 4 sheds, 2 women in each. 3 are heavily pregnant, and Onyx overpowered me, shifting on the spot. I linked Calista to get on my back. We took off for the border. I alerted our warriors and told them to stand ready. I could hear Jameson and his beta behind us, trying to keep pace. Good luck with that, asshole. All of us are so much faster since the marking, it's nearly impossible to maintain our speed. We arrived just as Axel had all the women unshackled and out in the open air. As I shifted back, Axel laughed. "Thought that through, did ya?" I grumbled, "Fuck off." He freaked out and caught me off guard. Cole handed me a pair of shorts he'd found somewhere, and I swear to Goddess, I am standing here in Daisy Dukes, still Kieran. The women were filthy, emaciated, wearing little to no clothing, their bodies covered in injuries, old and new. Calista turned to our men. "Find these women something to cover themselves. The indignities they have suffered should not be on display for the world to see." Within seconds, blankets were wrapped around the women, and Calista was leading them all into a copse of trees for privacy, while she healed them somewhat. I spun on Jameson as he arrived. "Explain yourself." He stammered and stuttered. "These women are criminals. They serve as an outlet for my men." I snarled, "You son of a bitch! You are the criminal! You are still using she-wolves as breeders. There are laws we all must live by. This atrocity was outlawed over a century ago, along with slavery and servitude. That's 3 council laws you have deliberately disobeyed. Get your affairs in order, Alpha. Your reign ends today." I started to walk away when I heard a wolf whistle. I whirled around, ready to knock someone's head off, as my mate says, "Nice ass," with a wolfy grin, causing all my warriors to crack up. I continued walking towards the shacks, and I smacked my ass cheek and winked at her. They laughed as hard as she did. I ordered the warriors to sweep the entire pack. I wanted reports and updates on all the pups in the pack. I ordered all she-wolves to be brought to the center of the arena. Thank Goddess my Luna had the foresight to pack a bag with changes of clothes. I called the council from Jameson's office while he languished in his own cells, along with all his ranks. I reported my findings and told them to deliberate for the next 2 hours on the fate of this pack. I also let them know, regardless, Jameson dies today. Calista was in the arena with the women. She was gathering information and healing everyone she could. Over half the women were angry, demanding to know why they were being questioned, wanting to know why we were there. Calista was a picture of patience, although I could see her clenched jaw. We all felt the moment she snapped. A teenaged girl had told her that her father had allowed the Alpha to take her virginity in order for him to be granted head warrior's position. Lightning popped all around us, snapping 6 trees in half. The ground shook and the winds whirled around us. She yelled, "Nothing about this is okay. Everything you are going through is illegal. Your Alpha is a piece of shit who has abused his power, his people, and his goddess. If you choose to continue along this path, your lives will end, just like his will." Today, Cole whispers, probably should remember this moment. I know I'm never going to piss her off. I chuckled and said, "For real, we're lucky. She loves all of us." I arranged for transportation for everyone who wanted to leave the pack entirely. The council had already sent an interim alpha to start revising the conditions of the pack. The majority of the pack chose to remain. We transported the breeders and the orphaned pups. Calista is going to arrange a gala for mated wolves who would like to adopt. Only those unable to have pups of their own will be invited. Jameson and his ranks were executed in front of the pack as a deterrent that something this heinous never happen again. The council themselves were shocked at the conditions in Black's Pine. Councilman Thompson asked me what made me suspect this pack was operating under the radar. I merely said I had been informed they were still using breeders. He was content with that. I also told him to be by the phone, as I would be visiting Golden Arrow, on suspicion of them selling she-wolves as well. He sighed and said, "I thought we were getting all this rampant criminality under control." We left Black Pine just after lunchtime and arrived at Golden Arrow an hour later. Alpha Platt met us on the steps of the pack house. I explained we are investigating a rumor that their pack has sold orphaned she-wolves to other packs as slaves or to be used as breeders. He nodded and admitted this had been a common practice by the previous alphas. Then he said, "Alpha Knight, I am beta-born. I challenged my alpha and won. The reason for my challenge was black and white for me. When the alpha, my best friend, decided he wanted my mate as his mistress, he sealed his fate. That was 5 years ago. I haven't regretted it, and I haven't looked back. You are welcome to go over all the records of Alpha Young's misdeeds over the years if you'd like. Compare them to my records of the last 5 years. I am, slowly but surely, erasing the tragedies of our past. We are thriving again. And, picking up our pieces, Calista stepped forward, hugging the Alpha. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Thank you," and stepped back into my arms. I grinned and said, "Alpha, allow me to present my Luna, Calista Knight, nee Moore." He smiled and said, "A pleasure, Luna, but please don't thank me for doing what any moral man would do. It is my duty to my people." We stayed for dinner with the pack. Calista and Platt's Luna, Maggie, hit it off immediately. As Calista was telling her about the twins, she noticed a sadness in Maggie's eyes. Maggie said they have been mated for 15 years, but have never been blessed with pups. Calista went on to tell her about the gala she plans to host for the 17 orphaned pups we rescued, and Maggie begged to be invited. I was smiling at Calista. Her heart doesn't just pump silver blood. It amazes me her tiny body can even hold it. It's that big. Alpha Platt mutters, "I believe our Lunas are becoming fast friends." I laugh and say, "One can never have too many friends. I would like to consider you one of mine." Shortly after dinner, we were on our way home. Calista was snuggled into my lap, sleeping. Cole said, "Healing as much as she did today must have worn her out." Axel laughs. "The mating night before last wore her out." Onyx growled low in his throat, warning to not disrespect his mate. Axel laughs again and says, "Easy, puppy, I just know you." We were nearly home and I was trying to wake Calista. "Baby, wake up. We're almost home. Come on, wake up. Calista, my sweet girl, are you going to get up?" She moans, "Peanuts," and we all just laugh. Reckon I am carrying my mate and tucking her in. Good times. Aggie has been helping me plan this gala for the orphans, and we decided to combine our lunar ceremony for the same night. Kieran has been phenomenal in getting all the Evites out and arranging for party tents to be set up. He ordered 3 separate adjoining tents. one for dining and cocktails, a second for the children to meet prospective parents, and the third for our ceremony and dancing. We are nearly done with the decorations and flowers. My dress is hanging, in our closet, in a zippered bag. Kieran swore not to peek, on threat of death. His tuxedo arrived this morning, and the boys each have matching ones. I can't wait to see all three of my guys dressed in them. Aggie walked over and slid her arm around my waist, saying, "It looks perfect, my girl. You have done a fine job." I kissed her cheek and said, "We have done a fine job, Mum. I couldn't have done this without you." She smiled and said, "I have to get home. Your father is hopeless at tying a tie." I smiled and nodded. Then I asked, "How is Valerie doing with mated life?" She laughed. "Oh, goddess. That girl has that poor man jumping through hoops to prove himself worthy. Unfortunately, her extreme sense of entitlement gets in the way of her happiness. I despair she will ever be happy." Walking into our room, Kieran turns to me with a hopeless look on his face. He asks, "Can you help? I have tried 5 times and this tie is not meant to make a bow, I swear." I laughed and said, "My dad can't tie one either," as I take the ends of his tie and fashion a bow in less than a minute. He looks in the mirror, then smiles at me. "Damn, I look good," causing me to giggle again, and I shoo him out so I can get ready. After my shower, I curl my hair into beachy waves and apply light makeup. Derek and Darius charge into the room to have me get them dressed. Once they looked like the little gentlemen they are, I sent them to find their daddy. I slipped into my dress, a slinky floor-length gown of royal blue silk, fitted bodice, dangling crystals hang off my shoulders, in a faux sleeve design. It flares subtly at my hips. Sweeping the floor with a slight train behind me, I slip silver strappy heels on my feet, just as my father knocked on my door. I yelled, "Come in," as I pinned up the left side of my hair with a single orchid. My dad took me into his arms and hoarsely whispers, "So beautiful. You are so much like your mother. I wish she could see you now." I smiled and told him, "She's watching, Daddy. She sees us." We walked out and started down the stairs. I asked if everyone had arrived and had been seated. He grins, saying, "Stop worrying. It's going to be perfect." We reached the curtains, and as we waited for them to be drawn back, he whispered, "Are you sure about this? I can have us in the car and out of here in 10 seconds flat." I busted out laughing, just as the curtains opened. Up the aisle, standing on a dais, was my family, my handsome mate, with 2 equally handsome miniature versions of him on either side. I realize for the millionth time, they look identical to their father. Almost like I had no hand in creating them. My hand immediately reached my tummy as I sent a prayer to the goddess. Please let this little girl look a little like I was involved. We reached the steps, and Kieran took my hand, whispering into my mind, "You are radiant," and I smiled into his eyes. Councilman Edwards was performing the ceremony. I repeated my vows, and Kieran asked the pack if they accepted me as their Luna. Everyone roared out their approval. He sliced his palm, and then mine. We clasped hands, and a wave of energy rushed across the pack as the bond snapped into place. Just as Kieran moved to remark me in front of witnesses, the border alarm sounded. We were under attack. I looked at Aggie and my dad, "Get everyone to the bunkers," and Kieran and I raced for the borders, along with 500 of our warriors. The attending alphas joined us, without hesitation. Arriving, we saw about 30 dead rogues just inside our borders, and another several hundred rogues along the wood line. Kieran stepped forward and demanded, "State your business." A man stood proud among the rogues and snarled, "I have come for my bride." Alec moved up to my side and asked, "Did you misplace her?" The man let loose derisive laughter. "I have come for the heart of the moon. She is mine. Born to be queen, just as I am king." Cole moved in front of me and sarcastically said, "Dude, you weren't born to be king. There's no such thing. I mean, obviously, you were born to be rogue. But sorry, not seeing a king. Kieran asked. Who the fuck are you? What makes you think we would even think about turning one of our women over to a worthless rogue? I want some of what he's smoking. Can I have some of that shit? Causing everyone to chuckle. The man screams, I am Emery Cassius, born of the great rogue that destroyed a kingdom, making him king. Give me my queen. She is standing beside you, and I know you have not marked her. I stop the ceremony. Kieran laughs. You may have interrupted the ceremony, but my mate and I have been marked and mated for a month. You stopped nothing. And if you think to try and take my mate, I challenge you, Emery Cassius, for your self-proclaimed title. Right here, right now. What will it be, Cassius? Do you accept? Or do you run away with your tail between your legs, like the dog you are? He growled loud enough to scatter the birds and said, I will return. And when I do, my legions will return with me. Again, Kieran laughed. Exactly what I thought. You are a coward, Cassius. How many men will follow a coward? Once word gets out, you are incapable of accepting an honest challenge. Your legions would be idiots to take orders from you. Such cowardice cannot lead legions of men. Cassius snarled, I accept, and as the challenged, it is my right to choose the time, the place, and the method. Shaking his head, Kieran said, No! You only choose method. The challenge was issued for an immediate resolution. You leave now, you forfeit the fair challenge right. And know this, I will hunt you down, I will find you, and I will kill you where you stand. So, coward, it's now, or you have already lost. He stepped forward and said, Now it is. I choose wolf. And when I kill you, I will hang your pelt on the bedroom wall, where you can watch me fuck your mate every night. Kieran roared, Make a circle, men. It's time to teach a coward about real men. He handed me his jacket as he stripped out of his clothes. We watched as Emery stripped and shifted. I nearly laughed out loud. His wolf wasn't as large as Lenore, his fur patchy and straggly, the sign of having been a rogue for a long time. He leapt into the circle, while half of our warriors circled out into the woodline, surrounding the rogues on all sides. Kieran walked into the circle, just sauntered in, like he was out for a Sunday stroll. He rolled his head from side to side, stretched his shoulder and shifted into Onyx. He was black as midnight, easily 8 feet tall, and he huffed at Emery like he was laughing. We heard one of the rogues say, Holy fuck, that is one monster of a wolf. While another said, He's the devil, that's the devil. Cole started laughing and yelled, Didn't know who you would be facing, guys. Too late to back out now. Onyx stood still, just watching, waiting. He would prance his feet in a little impatient dance, making me chuckle. When Emery charged, he didn't budge. He let the wolf barrel into his chest. His body rocked a little, but he didn't fall. He just batted the wolf away with his giant paw. Just as Emery charged again, another wolf pounced on Onyx's back from outside the circle and locked his jaws on his neck. Emery cut into Onyx's chest, and I felt the pain of the claws rip into his flesh. He batted Emery away again and twisted his body, flipping his entire weight onto the wolf on his back. That wolf lost his hold, and Onyx jumped up. Spinning a half circle, he ripped the wolf's throat out. As he bled out, he shifted back. It was Isaiah. As Emery's wolf found his feet, Kieran shifted back. Not one wound showed on his body. You could see the blood, but no open wounds. He snarled, I was going to give you an honorable death, but you are not only a coward, but a cheater as well. When the wolf charged the third time, he leaped at Kieran's throat, but his body was caught and Kieran's hand plunged through his rib cage, ripping his heart out. He held the heart in the air, turning in a circle so all the rogues could see it. And he crushed it in his hand. I was hoping for a little more finesse to this battle. I forgot there is no honor among rogues. I looked around the group of rogues as Calista walked up to me. She turned to Emery's body and held up a closed fist. As she opened it, she flung her arm downward, setting the wolf on fire. I spoke succinctly. You chose the wrong man to follow. In your blatant ignorance, you sided with a man whose family assassinated our last king. Do you not realize how contradictory your actions are? You choose to go rogue because you refuse the conformity of pack, but then opt to follow a maniacal fool who would be king. Utterly asinine and more convoluted than anything I have ever imagined. He was a coward, a cheater, a man who believed he was destined to greatness simply because his great-grandfather killed a king. And you chose to follow him, which makes all of you as foolish as he was. Now, fight or flee, because after tonight, my pack and I will show no mercy. They scattered like rats from a sinking ship. Not one remained. I told Cold, "Take our Luna back to the dinner. I will be along shortly. Tell Peter to start introducing the children to our guests. Baby, save me a dance." She giggled and said, "I will save all my dances for you. I have a secret to share." Then she kissed me. A sexy, aggressive kiss which made my toes curl. I turned to Axel and said, "Burn the good doctor." Axel grunted, "Sure, Luna can burn the one, and leave this one." "Shit," I laughed. Shifting, I grabbed my clothes and headed to the river. The party was in full swing by the time I was able to make it back, and I immediately searched out my mate. I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her tight against my chest. If kissing me like that was meant to make me want to ravish every inch of this luscious body, mission accomplished. She giggled and whispered, "Yay!" I succeeded. I led her onto the dance floor and took her in my arms. I have been dreaming of holding you just like this, all day. I love you. So much more than I ever thought possible, my love. You, our boys, are my entire world. No one will ever dare harm you." She smiled so beautifully and said, "I love you. I have always loved you. Before I even knew who you were. My heart called out to you. I will love you throughout eternity. My soul will always find yours." I dipped her and planted my lips on hers. I lifted her and spun in a circle, laughing with her. I said, "A secret? Will you share?" She nodded so cutely and whispered, "What shall we name our daughter?" It took a hot minute before what she said could register. I whooped loudly and spun her again. We're having a baby." At her nod, I leaped to the stage and yelled, "We're pregnant!" And everyone started shouting at once. We had all sat down to eat, when Maggie came over and sat beside Calista. She was beaming as she told us, "Philip and I are adopting 2 adorable pups, a brother and sister. He is 4. She's not yet 2. I just wanted to thank you. Our family is whole because of you and the heart you have. Girl, never change." She hugged Calista, and my beautiful girl got teary-eyed, hiding her face in my chest. After dinner, Calista excused herself to put Derek and Darius down for the night. I sat with our family, enjoying a whiskey and cigar. Alex says, "So, a baby. You're in for a real treat with that one." My uncle said her moods were all over the map with the boys. Uncle Seamus threatened to send her home to us 100 times. A sadness came over me for all that I missed, and I said, "I will be present and aware for every moment I missed. Too much! She should have never had to go through any of it alone." She walked into the room and smacked Alec in the head. "Don't! Just don't." I could feel his sadness and guilt all the way upstairs. "I have forgiven and forgotten." He mumbled an apology, and we all laughed at how this little slip of a woman can bring alphas to their knees. Peter said, "On a side note, Valerie is expecting 2, and we all groaned. That poor child." I said, "Thank goddess that baby has Aggie and you to teach it morals." Aggie laughed, "Sure, because its mother took my lessons so well. I will stick to mothering Alec and Callie. They're easy." The night was winding down. All 17. Orphans found forever homes, and Calista was officially my Luna. All is right in my world. My mate may be the heart of the moon, but she is the keeper of mine.